Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. Gotcha, another stream here. Sorry, there's been some gaps in the streams. There's sidewalk stuff and all other kinds of crazy things going on. So I'm just looking to get rid of another stupid one of those support nubs here. We're just gonna, where's my, there it is, that shelf. Don't know how it ended up in that shelf, but that's another little thing that just got kind of stuck in the primer right there. Armored Wolf. Sorry that this is later. Yeah, I was trying to get a build plate going, and of course everything was not cooperating. That's a huge surprise. I know that's a shock. Nothing was cooperating. We're just gonna do a lot of magentas. I mean, you can sort of see it, right? References in the corner. How you doing there, Camda? So Camda, the painting was looking really good, and again, there she is up in the. You can see her right up there. That's kind of what you're gonna be seeing hair-wise, and with the dress, which is also gonna. I'm gonna try and have that also. Sorry, expand out to here. So Cam, you do the usual, right? When people show up, go ahead and post some stuff. If you want to post the new painting and all that kind of stuff, that'd be fabulous too. We got some floros out here. We actually got a floral blue and a floral, like a magenta or something. Yeah, floral magenta over there. Just in addition to some of our other stuff, just because of the, maybe that would be fun to have. Nice to see you there, Erda Michael. So sorry I haven't been able to ask how things are going there, Arda Michael. Hopefully things are not, well, they're less crazy than they have been, but judging by anything here, I would imagine not, because here everything has been complete lunacy. So Camden, it's very possible, because today was the first day I got a chance to look at. I think I sent you the pictures of it, maybe, Camden. Uh, I may end up being a lot happier than him. Let's put it this way. The phrase that I'm using there, Camden, is that he may have hoisted himself on his own petard right there. Because the way this is looking, he could have a giant lake in that backyard, which, used to be in mine. Now it's going to be in his. At least the way they put that stuff out there, it's very possible that he's the one that gets all the water now. But what is? Oh yeah, be careful what you ask for. You just might get it, right, Camda? Well, he he may regret that he actually he started this baby up. I think he could solve it if he would just get rid of that stupid giant slab of concrete back there. Now here we're gonna. This is a little bit of the cyan right here. So Camda, sorry for the delay. I was trying to get that new batch of Trench Crusade busts printing, which it is. Now I had to just do it on the old Anycubic. There was no way to get the stuff going on the Saturn, but at least, and also be able to get like 2 minutes of sleep, right, Camda? Now here we're gonna get some violet stuff going, and of course, Camda, Arda Michael. Once there's more folks in the chat, if you want to share some stuff, do the deed, do the thing. Now Camda, there's a bunch of stuff that I still have to do. There's a bunch of dirt that I gotta move. He never did take out the forms today, so I don't know what's going on there. I don't think he showed up at all. Well, that's fantastic there, Camda. Yeah, definitely, Camda, share that so that folks can see it, because I think they would enjoy that. Now, unfortunately, the one thing with all the... Ooh, do I have that here? Where is he hiding? Oh, he's downstairs. Hopefully, I think I did send the video, right? The link for the video, whatchamacallit, was that? Oh, yeah, the Corrupted Galahad. I think I sent that. Last night, today, whenever, I don't know. I have no idea what day it is, Camda. I couldn't tell you what year it is right now. If you told me it was 1863, I'd be like, huh, wow, that was a very good year. So that's, yeah, that's about what I know right now. What I do know is I'm going to get me some magentos going here. Some regular magenta, some floral magenta. That is, that's quite the atomic magenta. Yeah, looky there. More. In some ways, this is going to be a little bit like our bases. Yeah, think our bases that we do, our spacescape bases for, well, and our spacescapes too, because that's what this here's going to be. That's what we're looking to do. And again, I'm looking to carry that out onto this here plinth base or place. There you go. Then I do words, Camden. Yeah, I do words. That's like a pro thing that I do, Camden. Yeah, words. Camden, I'll have to send you this. I made some promotional materials for my sister-in-law, for Kathy's sister, for this endeavor that she's trying to do. And it actually did a pretty good job, and it happened so fast. She's like, "What? How did you do all that?" There's some more of this. Oh yeah, an armored wolf. What I was telling you about Victoria. Yeah, that it's kind of interesting, right? Just yeah, that's everything is relative. Now I'm also gonna get some lighter stuff in here too. Not just gonna be only the darker stuff. That is about to happen with this. Let's see what happens here. The one's gonna start turning a little bit violet because of what's in the brushy there. And well, lots of stuff mixing together. Oh, looky here, Kelly. Look at this. Look at that. It's just doing all the mixy stuff all by itself. So, Candy, yeah, hopefully I did. I'm pretty sure that I put the whatchamacallit vid out there, the corrupted Galahad vid on the Patreon page. So again, sorry that I had to miss a whole bunch of streams there. And well, let's just put it this way, Camda. That whole thing is gonna. I think it's gonna get a whole bunch of tests this week, and maybe even starting tomorrow. So we're gonna find out sooner rather than later just what's gonna happen with that thing. Ooh, looky here. There's some magentas. Yeah, looky there. And then we do the mixy thing because we do mixy things. More mixy things here. More blendy stuff. More smushy stuff. All right. So again, this is just going to be a whole lot of alternating bands of different colors and stuff going on because, again, spacescapes and stuff. Fine. I'll do a little bit there. Just looking to get the surface covered for right now. That's all. Just looking to get the surface covered. Do we need more? I'll try this. Let me see what happens. So it's just the violet. Just gonna shove that back in there. Oh yeah, and there's nothing here. Let me lighten this up over here. So again, don't be surprised that the voice is kind of messed up. Had to, again, was yelling over jackhammers and all kinds of stuff yesterday and all that. So just, it is what it is. Here's that. Ooh, nice lighter magenta. Get you mixing in there and such. Maybe a little there. Might do. Ooh, what about? Fine, I'm gonna do this. Wasn't really thinking that initially, but let me see what happens with the lighter magenta down over there. Little surprise. That okay, and then maybe a little bit here. Then cyan, some cyan here. Maybe. What about? We got you. We got this. That is, it's actually a little Prussian blue. We activate the Prussians here. Nice to see you there, AD. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So, AD, did you get more stuff done on the color charts? And of course, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. And of course, AD, like always, if you want to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And Arda Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share some stuff in the chat or not. If not, you know the deal. Go ahead and pop some stuffs in there. I'm gonna get me some of this blue in here. And again we let that mix. We let it mix, do its thing. That's a nifty. Now AD, I'm sure you're still doing the preparations, right, for some downtime. Yeah, Lethal Shadows. You probably haven't had any downtime at all, because you were at Gen Con, right, Lethal Shadows? How did the Japan trip go there, Lethal Shadows? That's what I was. Obviously, I want to know how Gen Con went, but how did the Japan trip go? Because that's where you had to go, right, Lethal Shadows? So everybody, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. And of course, Lethal Shadows, if you got any new stuff, that you want to talk about, new products or something like that. So now, Lethal Shadows, did you get hit by any water in the vendor area? That's the other thing too. Is how did you do? I guess it's a good thing you weren't staying at the Omni, Lethal Shadows. So Lethal Shadow, yeah. Again, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. But yeah, sorry I didn't get a chance to ask you about the Japan trip there, because that had to be, that had to be a lot of work there, Lethal Shadows. That had to be a ton of work. I mean, just to travel alone and trying to get the stuff there, that could not have been easy. That's for sure. Because yeah, there was some spots really getting nailed, right, Lethal Shadows? And it's wild, Lethal Shadows, because I was getting all of basically the weather updates almost like live as they were happening from Armored Wolf and John from Warlord and stuff. So yeah, that got interesting. So Lethal Shadows, you pretty much logged in enough miles to go to the moon and back. That might be your next convention there, Lethal Shadows. Yeah. It's going to be LunaCon. That's it, Lethal Shadows. Yep, you're going to LunaCon next year. You're going to have to figure out how to get that pallet onto a spacecraft so that you can get all of this stuff to LunaCon. We have LunaCon here. It's different. It's just lunacy. It has nothing to do with the moon. It's just crazy. That's all. Right, Camden? That's the only convention we got going on here. Well, now Lethal Shadows, you're going to be gone, right? This coming week. Just shoot me a message here, Lethal Shadows. When you get back. And again, Lethal Shadow, if you got, I don't know if there's any new resins or new brushes or new whatever new stuff you might have, new snazzy schmazzy stuff there. If you want to shoot some links in the chat to the website or something there, Lethal Shadows, please go ahead and do that. You know the deal. Here we are. So, and again, we're working on our Celtic Goddess Series. Geez, I've been meaning to show. So this was the last one. Actually, these are the last two. So that's Rhiannon. That's the goddess of the other world. That is Bridget, the harvest goddess right there. And of course, here's some more. Here's another bust. So there's the Morrigan. And of course, there is Branwen. We also have a figure version of Morrigan. I actually already painted the bust version of Arianrhod. So there is the figure version of the Morgan. Oh, look at that. Again, I have painted that design. I couldn't tell you how many times. I've even sculpted it, like physically sculpted it a couple times. And there's again some of our daughters of the Sacred Circle. As a whole, again, line of Celtic Goddess figures. It is, I think, you know what? It's going to be time for some skin tones. It is time. We got this to make this. Maybe a little bit of this too. Whatever else is sitting on the brush, don't care. Yeah, right, Camda? We get really finicky about what's sitting on the brush. Because it matters a lot, right? That's fantastic. So everybody check out lethalshadows.com. Lethal Shadows, they've got, I mean, you've got to remember Lethal Shadows that when you first said, oh yeah, we've got an STL catalog of about 5,000. Then it became 25,000. Then it became 25 million. That's in the old days, right? Lethal Shadows. Now it's got to be a couple of 100 million by now. It's probably thousands of your own, like your very own sculpts and such. Yeah, here we are. I still remember, Letha, when it was about the first, well, I don't say when we were keeping track or keeping score, but when we first really were talking about it, you're like, yeah, I think it's maybe 5,000 or something. That must seem like the quaint yesteryear of not that many years ago. Yeah. All right, for the hair, I shall take again whatever stuff is sitting in the brush plus this here indigo, and we're doing that. That's what we're doing. That is well now Lethal Shadows. You still have it's the one resin, right? It was like a kind of a reddish brown. What was it? Was Terra Rosa. Yes, it was Terra Rosa colored. We are all pigment red 101, aren't we, Camda? Even resins. Yeah, even resins are pigment red 101. And hopefully, well, I hate to say it there, Lethal Shadows, but when do you expect to outgrow that? Probably sometime next week, because that's what it must feel like. It's got to feel like a heck of a whirlwind there. It's like, wow, yeah, okay, so we outgrew that, then we outgrew that, then we also outgrew this. And then because we didn't outgrow enough stuff, then we outgrew this other thing. Because, reasons, right? What is the thing there, Camda? Where they always say that humans are 75% water. I think actually humanity is actually 75% pigment red 101. I think that's more accurate, Camda. Everything in the universe is 75% pigment red 101. It's the universal element. It's kind of funny, Lethal Shadows, that just everything changed so much here. Well, I mean, this stuff has been somewhat of a change, that's for sure. Now, AD, I know it's getting kind of late over there. I don't know did you have a chance to share some stuffs in the chat? I don't know if you did. But be sure to share some things. So now we're going to start fooling around with some stars, some nebulos, and all that kind of stuff here. Wow, we got that actually is relatively light there already. Okay, fine. Whatevs. That'll be lighter. Let's do this. Nothing but the finest of detail brushes here, right, Camden? Alright, where's another thing I can use? Ooh, what about this here guy? I'm gonna break this one out here. That's fantastic there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. Everybody give AD Creations a follow. Now, AD, is the streaming schedule pretty much, well, the new streaming schedule, that's still pretty much on track, right? I think that's still pretty much on track. So again, look at this nasty old blob there. Nasty old blob turns into not nasty old blob. It turns into this. That don't take very long, right, Camden? All right, we got another nasty old blob there. Turn it into a not blob there. So again, where's our Yumi ships right here? Maybe this will show it here. So yeah, get the dust off of there. So this is what you're going to be seeing on here. And again, we'll be getting back to our starships again. Armada Monday. I don't know about Armada Monday. It could be a little bit crazier on Monday. We'll see how that goes. Because what I want to get is the new fleet started, right? I want to get our Woden fleet started. It's almost like it's like magic, right, Camja? Now I'll shoot you a message there, AD. And again, let me see if I can find the picture here. One second. Give me a second. Where's my? This is the thing to do. One second. Bear with me here. Not that. Maybe we'll try this here. Or this might be easier. Yeah. Well, here's what the new sidewalk looks like anyways. So there's by the garage, and this is the danger zone right in there. Look at how much higher that is. That's almost 6.5. That's like 7.5, 8 inches taller than it was. Look at, because all of that water came from under here, right into this area here. So there we go. Yeah, that was the culprit area. There was always a cascade of water creating a lake right there. So that's what you got now. Let me go back to yesterday. Yeah, so there is the sidewalk broken up. There's your frame out. There's your gravel, and there's rebar. Look at that genuine rebar, which is actually in the foundation itself. More rebar. There's your initial concrete going down, and there's me and the concrete guy hanging out right there. So there's me and the that's Mello right there, and actually Mello's dad was on the Eisenhower and the Independence. So a couple of biggies right there. That's a couple of large ships. So yeah, Mello and I, we spent, oh gosh, we must have been talking for at least an hour. He got to see a whole bunch of the miniatures. It is, who knows? Now, obviously, these streams are a little bit late, but he might even be joining us on stream here and there. And of course, Miguel and the guys, they were the ones doing the breakup and all that other stuff. Now, let me try to get, you know what, yeah, so this is, again, the kind of stuff that we are going to be doing now. I need more magenta here. So yeah, me and Mello just hanging out, doing the stuff. I mean, we were just sitting right next to the concrete truck. I got spattered with concrete. There's mud all over me from when I was helping to move stuff. It was an active. It was a participation sport there. Now we're gonna get us again. Some of these, I'm gonna get some darker inclusions here, like you do. So see, and Lethal Shadows, let me know if in the next couple of days or something like that, you'd be able to do a zoomy or something like that. So Lethal Shadows, yeah, if maybe, I don't know, if Tuesday, Wednesday or something like that, that I won't be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, so let me know if that is a possibility for you there. I'll shoot you a message anyways. Shoot you a message anyways to see what's going on. So see you later there, Lethal Shadows. Have a good night. Let me get this going. Here, look at this again. Just gonna let that start doing a little bit of a fade on its own. Doing this right here. I'm gonna get me a little bit of this into here. I mean, while I got it on the brush, might as well incorporate some. So see you later, Lethal Shadows. Let me, no. We're just gonna get all this stuff out of here. Let's get all this stuff out of here. Not too much thinner on there still, so we're just gonna grab this blendy brush and we'll do smushy blendy stuff here, Camda. So I'm thinking you're probably gonna have to hit the sack 2 there pretty soon. AD. Yeah, there is a ton of stuff to show you. There's a bazillion things that I have got to get done over the next couple of weeks. It is gonna be, woof, man, oh man. Essentially, it's gonna be like Adepticon level prep still. It is still gonna be that this week, next week, the week after that. It's basically gonna be never-ending Adepticon, Camda. Yes, Adepticon's basically never gonna end. It's just gonna be a continuous operation. It used to be kind of a December, January through March sort of thing. Now it's literally a race from now until April or whenever the heck Adepticon is. Oh, geez. Also, remind me again, AD, to shoot Peter a message about the thing. Just ask me, tomorrow, next day, whatever. Say, hey, did you shoot Peter a message? Because otherwise, I'll just forget. Oh, I don't know if I wanted quite that much of the ultramarine. It's ultramarine violet. There you go. All right, whatevs. Look at that dark. Yeah. Because we got middle tones and light. We have a little bit of dark in some spots, but now we need a bunch more dark in more spots. Now I guess this yeah. I almost said grasscraft there. Ad is glasscraft now way before Adepticon because Adepticon is in April, or is glasscraft also moved back? Yeah. I forgot to ask you about that. I mean, I could ask Kate about it too. We'll stick with this violet for now. Let's just stick with this. And I know that other thing is coming up too, and that's gonna. Speaking of inconveniences, right, AD? That will be mildly inconvenient. Although, I mean, I don't know. Would you say just kind of knowing what to expect now makes it a little bit different? It was maybe a little bit more of a mystery before, and of course now everything is always different, but I was kind of hoping that you could say, all right, look, we've done this rodeo before, right, AD? Now we know at least some idea of what to expect. All right, let's, I might not do a whole bunch of stuff down here because I just realized I'm going to be sticking my finger on that like a bazillion times. I get now AD. You're not gonna have any large figure in tow like 2 years ago, right? Because that's the it's like getting you there is not the easiest, but getting a gigantic creature caster figure now that is challenging. So hopefully you won't have to quite worry about that too. Here we go. Oh, so Armored Wolf, one of the things I was having is I was kind of waiting for them to start picking up their stuff and get out of here. Was those cases there, Armored Wolf, for Adepticon, well, even for any convention, I'll go 3 high with those. And the the other kind, Armored Wolf, I haven't tested the other kind yet, but I like this one better because it's actually dimmable. Whereas the other type I got is just 1 power. I mean, it seems to work okay, but obviously if it's dimmable, that's more. It might take up a little bit less electricity if you're using it in that mode. So I do think these are the ones that you saw, the ones I sent you a picture of. Those are the ones you want. The other ones I had gotten because the battery case is a lot smaller, but that is not really worth it. That feature there is just not good enough. It's a little less expensive, but those 3 packs, yeah. And what I was gonna do again was let me get this magenta in here. I was gonna have some of the larger stuff like the FDM style prints. Those would go on the top of those because that's right. Well, for you and me anyway, Armored Wolf, it'd be at eye level, maybe slightly higher. Now for AD creations, that might require a little bit of that might require looking upwards just a little bit. But I think it's gonna offer some interesting opportunities for display. And the nice thing is Armored Wolf is that I'm already using them here. Like the figures are in there. If I'm gonna take the figures to Adepticon, they have to come out of there. By default, they will be empty. And by default, they'll already have the electric stuff in them, or the lights or whatever. So that just seemed to be a good plan overall. Again, we'll see if it plays out that way. So yeah, AD making some plans for Adepticon. I also have to find some kind of super foldable table that I can use for doing little demos of the Cyberthuria game. Like something that is not very big even when it's folded out, and something that compresses into a microscopically small size when it is folded up. Now, good luck on the entries there, AD. The whatchamacallit thing that I didn't get to put in Gen Con, the Cyber Wapelius diorama. Well, that's gonna be something that I will try to make for Adepticon. Hey there, Valfair. Actually, Valfair, you just missed a little slideshow. I did a little slideshow of the pictures from yesterday. I think I sent you the ones from today, right, Valfair, with some of the finished stuff? That would be too large, AD. Yeah, that's way too big. And it just, because it's like 4x4 or something like that, or 3x3. Yeah, it's way too big. I need something that's almost like a, it would be like taking a tripod and then sticking a piece of foam board on the top of it. It has to be that level of small. Yeah, folding table is about 10 times too big, so that's going to be challenging, but we'll get something figured out. So Valfera, I was telling people that let's just say that the neighbor might have kind of, shall we say, put himself in a spot of bother because with that big slab of concrete in the back, the way, because I got a chance to see what they did in the back, he might have his own private lake. He may not be terribly happy with what's going to happen to him now. Because I could very much see that being just a giant lake back there. Here we are. So yeah, AD. I mean, it's not something that is going to be a huge thing there. I just wanted a little something to be able to kind of show folks the game. I'm going to stick with the white and the Toro Rosa here. I just realized I gotta stick my hand in there. I gotta do all of this stuff first. So we're gonna just for a while here, we're gonna be working on all this stuff. Because again, I gotta stick my hand there. I'm still glad that I'm doing this because it actually gives me a lot of chance to do spacescapey type stuff there. Yeah, Velfair, that is the kind of thing. It's almost like the oh god, like at weddings or something. Velfair, is that where you kind of see those things sometimes? And it's not always like that. There's people eating there, but it's maybe they have I don't know, like a sign there, or it's something for people to put their cards or something. It would not be ideal, but I'm pretty sure that smaller in that case would be better. But yeah, Vilfred, if you take a look at those pictures, you'll see that. And again, on the other side of that fence is just a gigantic slab of concrete. That's all it is from stem to stern. That whole backyard is just a slab of concrete. And it is now raised. I mean, we're talking. It might be as much as 8 or 9 inches. I might be underestimating. I didn't get a chance to actually like physically measure it. Also, too, the forms are still there. Which, look at this, Velvet. I went to grab it here, so I'm probably gonna have to be washing my hands a few times during this. So don't be surprised if I have to every so often just like it's time to go clean some of this off of my hands. That might happen a few times here. So yeah, we're just gonna keep going on the face in there until all that stuff is done. Nope, Velfair, it was all ripped out. You should take a look at the earlier pictures. It's all ripped up. The old stuff is completely gone. That's why I sent you the pictures of the tear up and the rebar. None of that stuff was salvageable. That was all just taken away. And they put rebar into the foundation to prevent more, in the future from that sinking again. And to also ensure that there would be the correct gradient. And it's gradish. There's 3 gradients. It starts from basically from the side of the house where the side door is. It slopes down to the front and down to the back, and that in between the houses there's a much smaller gradient to just kind of start the process of getting it away from the houses themselves. So everything was torn out, then gravel was put down. Well, first the rebar, then the gravel. more of that light over here. Over here. So that was the stuff that was just in the front there. And the flowers that you were seeing, those were Alberto's. So yeah, you were mostly seeing the front of his house and, well, the top of my front porch. So it is, again, I could foresee that he might not be too happy. He might realize that, oh, maybe this wasn't something I wanted to do. He essentially took something that was a problem for me and then, well, turned it into his problem. More of this right down in here, a little over here, a little bit over here. And we're going to welcome Daddy Celt over here. How you doing there, Daddy Celt? Great to see you. Everybody please give Daddy Celt a follow. Of course, Daddy Celt, like always, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Hopefully things have at least been mildly under control. Sometimes that's all you can hope for, right, Valfera? Actually, now, did you see? I showed you a photograph of my work with the hydraulic cement there, Valfera. That was one of the first photos. Yeah, that was my work with the hydraulic cement, where there was a big old crack and actually a little hole in the staircase there. So I used the cement on that, because again, that stuff is kind of like it's a little bit like plaster. Now, I know, Daddy Celt, we do 2D art here. Where's my paintings? There we go. Yeah. We do plenty of 2D art here at Camda. Or, sorry, Daddy Celt. Well, Camda does too. Actually, Camda was just showing me. It's a fabulous 2D art piece that Camda was working on. So definitely share that here, Daddy Celt, for sure. Get yourself in there, because that's going to be gold there in a bit. I mean, what are we, Alex? Yeah, we're 43 minutes in. We don't even have to worry about a Cinco Uno just yet, right, Camden? Not even time for a Cinco Uno. So yeah, Daddy Celt, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead and do that. Well, we'll get some of the gray hair. I'm gonna do as much stuff as I can on the face and such before we mess around with this. Yeah. More of this. I might have to get me some more white out here. Gee whiz. Yep, might have to do that. So this is Arianrhod Valfera. And you can kind of see what we're working on right up there. So the right at the top there, that is Arianrhod. It's the fourth of our Celtic Goddess series. Here's we just did this one. I think it was last week. Didn't we do Rhiannon here? And that's the goddess of the other world. There is the goddess of the harvest. That's Bridget there. We've got, where's our Morrigan bust? We also did the figure of the Morrigan. We also have our Branwen here. Everybody check out those Discord links that Daddy Celt just shared. And everybody give Daddy Celt a follow, of course, like you do. So again, thanks for the raid there, Daddy Celt. Appreciate that. And again, sorry that there's been a lot of interruption in the streams of late. There's just been a lot of insanity going on. Now, one of the things, Belfer, I know we were talking about that there's nothing going on in the Atlantic. It's like it's beyond dead, Valfira. So there's nothing going on, which means all of that stuff is coming up here, right, Cone Rods? How you doing there, Cone Rods? Happy Sunday. So I hope that everything is going fabulous there, Cone Rods. Come on. We need to, there we go, a little bit of reflected light over there. I might do a little zoom in here. Which way are we going? This way? Nope, I ain't going that way. We're going this way. We're going to exit stage left. Or right. I don't know how that works. Wasn't on the stage. Don't know what that direction. Where the heck is that? I wonder. Let me see what this one does here. Again, I have to do some checking on some prints downstairs. I did not get all the ones started that I wanted to, unfortunately. That's a bit of a bummer there. So, Conrads, I hope that everything is off to a fabulous start for Sunday. Nah, that is just too beat up. Oh, I got a whole bunch of these. Oh, hey, gee whiz, Camda, guess what's coming this way? They actually had it on the Dick Blake website when I was getting thinner and other stuff. The Williamsburg, that Alkyd resin stuff, Camda, that's showing up. Well, I don't know when it's showing up, but it's supposed to be coming this way. So yes, actually it was in stock. At least they said it was. So yeah, that's coming this way, Camda. No idea when that's coming, and I will try to. Obviously, I'll try to do a video with that stuff once it gets here. I'll take a variety of colors there, Camda. Some light, some dark, some maybe that are on the slower drying side, some that are kind of mid-range or whatever on the drying end as far as drying times go. Yeah, no idea what to truly expect with that stuff, but it should be an interesting experiment, right, Camda? Again, so everybody please check out those Discord links that Daddy Kilt shared. And everybody please give Daddy Kilt a follow. Here's some more of this. So it should be kind of exciting, especially if it can take certain colors again and just not necessarily make them fast drying. It's not necessarily what we need, but if it can at least take away some of the worst, okay, well, we're going to wait a long time for this to dry. If we could just be, well, okay, we'll wait a little longer, but, a little bit more in line with the Alkyds. Yeah, Camda, I have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what to expect. It could be, it was only, I think it was maybe 10 or 11 bucks there at Camda. If it was going to be a bunch more than that, I probably would have said, nah, I don't know about that. But since it was only 10 or 11, I thought, okay, well, if it turns out to be just kind of a blah, then it's not a massive loss.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
What we do is gain a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, Alalion. Appreciate that. So it's like there's all these goddesses here. We really don't have a bunch of those in our world. It's like you got plenty of pipeweed in your world. I can smell it on you. So no matter what world I go to, they just bang on me about that pipeweed. Now, what are we gonna get here for Alalion? Are we gonna get a? Oh, we got half a six. Half a six is better than one. See what I did there? So thanks so much there. I'll appreciate that. Now, let me, we're going to try and hit this one again with the, yeah, let's get that light stuff back in here. We may just have to sacrifice some of it. Like, see, again, I'm just grabbing it with my hands there. We may just have to sacrifice certain parts for now, just to be able to get our paint in there. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. And again, well, this is it's kind of interesting. We're doing some of the same colors we did on our fabulous wind dancer there. So a little bit of a similar thing. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Inganes, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow also. Because guess what? Inganes also streams the oil paints. You know what? We need to let that set for a bit, so I'm gonna first let me get something with for eyebrows here. Let me see if we can do something for that. Something for that, and then we'll come back with some later things here too. Everybody, check out that Instagram there. Thanks, Leon. Appreciate that. And again, thanks for doing the follow thing. That is appreciated. Let me expand you this away here. A little bit over the gray stuff. Okay, now let us do violet or magenta. Yeah, I'm gonna let's try this magenta here for this here gemstone there. So appreciate you doing the follow there for Inganes. And again, everybody check out Inganes, that Instagram link there. Inganes streams the oil paints. So be sure to give Inganes a follow. Now I'm going to try to work some of this right here between the eyes and the eyebrow. See if we can do that. Is that too much thinner on there? That is, nope, that is not too much thinner. Okay. That's a good. Come on, under here. There we go. Break that down a little. So, Inganes, I hope that things have been going well. There was a 1-to-1 terrain scale. I was joking with Valfira. I was joking with Mello about the 1-to-1 scale terrain projects. He thought that was pretty hilarious, Valfira. So Leon, one thing that's less is more and more is way too much. And when we talk about less, we mean like practically none. It's just bound to happen when people are working with the oils for the first time. There tends to be, because of the, thinking of like with the acrylics and such, there tends to be way too much paint on there. Usually 3 to 5,000 times more paint than really is needed. So when we're doing the dry brush stuff there, Leon, I mean, we're really doing like genuine dry brush stuff where there's practically no paint on the brush at all. And then, now, I don't know if you tried doing the color charts there also, Leon. Those are super, super helpful. I mean, not only do they show you what the color looks like, but they just give you, oh gosh, do I even have some of those color charts floating around here? Nope, not over there. So yeah, are there maybe a couple here to find? Finally got some. Oh, look at these. These are, these might be, oh, I think these are the gambling ones. Oh, and oh, that's what those are. Okay. So they don't just show you what the color looks like. they'll show like here. You can see that this is not the strongest color right here. You can see that this one's got a little bit more zip to it because, well, that's a cadmium yellow right there, right? That Hansa yellow also pretty strong. You can see that the Naples yellow is a little bit of a weaker color right there. So again, you want to do these color charts right here. Look, you can see just how weak ultramarine blue is. You can see sap green, not super strong. You can see here, the alizarin crimson got a little bit more kick to it. And then that, again, none of these are super, super, super aggressive type colors. So yeah, those things will definitely, they show you a few different things, Leon. They'll also show you the paint consistency, because I'm sure you noticed that some paints are really thick right out of the tube and others are not thick out of the tube at all. Also, some are really translucent and some are really opaque. That's going to be a much more magnified deal than what you'll see with, say, acrylics. So yeah, definitely there, Leon. Definitely do the color chart things, because again, you'll get a chance to really see what those the oils can do without having to be, finding out the hard way on a figure. Because that is, there's definitely a hard way and an easy way to find out. We always want it to be the easy way, right, Valfira? Oh, thankfully appreciate that. There's been quite a lot of the painting over the years, so it's a way to essentially kind of be in every type of situation. So it really does help you to go, all right, I've seen this before. That means I got to do this or whatever. It allows you to make the adjustments because you've done them before. Now we got to get ourselves a little more of the dark. And also timing is a big thing there, Leon. Timing is a big, big thing. So sometimes you just got to let that thing sit. Sometimes you say, you know what, I'm going to come back to this 15, 20 minutes and half an hour from now. And sometimes you're just better off doing that rather than just kind of continuing to hammer away at an area. Take some of that away. And also, too, there's the primer that you use can have an effect. We're always using the Stynylrez primer here all the time. Okay, that's got a little bit more. Ooh, not enough. Not enough. Then now I think we're better. Somehow never did get this up here. That helps. So there's a little bit more thinner in this. It is not pin line washed, and of course, well, glazes work very, 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 very differently with the oils. They're not like acrylic glazes at all. Not even close. Which is good because, well, you can do all kinds of fun stuff with the glazes with oils. And of course, you can do the dry glazes, right, Camda? Where there's basically no liquid in there whatsoever, yet it's still a glaze because, well, the color you're using is so incredibly translucent. And by incredibly translucent, I mean massively translucent. I mean, yeah, just think of how many different situations, right, Valfair, over the years. You just say, well, I've seen this before. Well, I've seen that before. Of course, you always have to push things, right, Camden? That way you end up more and more and more being able to say, well, I've seen that before. Yep, that's not my first rodeo with that either. I've seen that too. Again, we might have to lighten up some of the stuff around the lip there. Again, definitely will have to wash the hands maybe a couple of times here during the course of this here session. It's gonna be a little bit messy until we get this kind of out of the way. Now I do think I can get some lighter, so at least on the lower portion of the hair. Let me see if we can do that here. I want this to be a warmer. Let me a little more. So that's got some of the brown, some of the indigo. And now that's it. This right here it's a dry brush, but it's gonna be a wet blend because wet paint and wet paint. There's our micro filbert brush there. Start to work in a little bit something lighter here on the hair. I kind of need to see at least a little bit here because, well, all right, how light do I need the skin tone to be? All right, you do something on the skin tone, you don't do the hair, then all of a sudden you do a really light hair, really dark hair, and well, that face all of a sudden, well, it starts looking a little dingy. Now here, this is another little example just here. We're just going to take this micro filbert brush. We're just doing some dry brush in there. Howevs, because we already have wet paint there, this dry brush is a wet into wet blend. You can see all the dark stuff on the end of the brush. I can only do so much on top here. Whoops. Because, well, we're going to be sticking our hand on that. So we're just doing a little something there, and that is it. At least for now. Later, we can do more. Okay, now we might need to put a little bit thinner in there. Come on. Oh, okay. There was a bit of a support nub there. Another little surprise one that got stuck into primer. Alright, we'll try that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Shiny Wife. Appreciate that. Well, I got a shiny sword and a shiny stick. It's like, oh, that's cute. What you gonna do? Are you gonna fight a Balrog with that? He's like, seriously, that's not very nice. That's rude. Because we know what happens to Gandalf when he fights the Balrog. He gets his arms ripped off, right, Valfair? Let's see what happens to this Gandalf here. Are we going to see that Gandalf again? We saw half of one. Well, now we got 2/3. We have 2/3 of a Gandalf 6 there for Shiny Wifey again. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. We're going to, up here, we can only, okay, fine. I'm going to throw a little bit of this up here. But I'm going to be sticking my hand on that still. So I'm not going to be doing too much there. But you can see the difference that makes. And once again, here is the reference. That is essentially what the face is going to look like. And so I had to make sure that Rhiannon did not have white hair, because I knew I wanted to sort of save that for Arianrhod here. Fine, we'll make this again a little bit later. We haven't even brought out our fast matte white yet. Well, looky there, Camden. We only have 7 more minutes to a cinco uno. I heard a lot of numbers in Spanish yesterday. Let's put it that way. I heard me a bunch of numbers in Spanish yesterday. Oh, and the one young guy, well, sort of like an apprentice, whatever. He broke the wheelbarrow because he put too much concrete in there. And apparently those wheelbarrows, those are not cheap. To replace that thing, it's gonna be like 400 something bucks to replace that thing. Ah, Moosey, how you doing? Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. So Moosey, it's to save time, and also too again, these are quite literally pennies on the dollar. Oh, I got a new package. I got me a new package of them. There we go. So again, we basically mostly just used craft brushes, or even the filbert brushes are craft brushes right there. So it's by bouncing back and forth, because what we don't want is necessarily a whole bunch of thinner in the paint there, Moosey. Now this is the only, if you want to call it snazzy brush here, this liner brush. This is, I think the other day I got a bunch more. They were $5.13 or $5.33 or something like that on Dick Blick. So again, not terribly expensive at all. And it kind of saves on wear and tear bouncing around between brushes. It also, again, we don't necessarily need to have a whole bunch of cleaner in a brush either. Just gonna try to get some eyes here. I told them about that, Camda. They thought that was hilarious. Yeah, I told them about the Cinco Uno, the Cinco Dos, the Cinco Tres. I even told them about the Cinco Stinko. Yeah, we don't like those, right? Here. Okay, and try to lighten up the skin there a little bit. Let me get me some of this almost kind of a pinkish color there. And of course, we're not really using a whole bunch of thinner to clean the brushes, right? We're using that Winsor Newton brush cleaner. Yeah, Camda. Now, Camda, I'm kind of hoping. Obviously, we have to get the summertime. That's never going to happen. Yeah, the things are just going to be too crazy in the summertime. But I am hoping, Camda, for in the winter to maybe have some extended streams there. So yeah, if it's just going to be one of those times where it's going to be, say, 35 to 25 degrees or something like that, maybe a little snow or something like that, that's might try to take advantage and do some longer streams then. Sure, there to Camden. Definitely give that a share. And how about we welcome in Blood Drunk Bruce? How you doing there, BDB? Everybody, please give Blood Drunk Bruce a follow. Nice to see you there, Adventure Build. And of course, Bruce, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So we're working on the. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can see a bit more what we're doing here. So here we go. So this is Arianrhod. This is part of our Celtic Goddess series right here, using the oil paints, and there she is. She is part of the Celtic Goddess series. We'll show you some of the other members there. We just did this one last week. That's Rhiannon, Goddess of the Underworld. This is Bridget, that is Goddess of the Harvest. We also have the Morrigan here, also in figure form, so bust and figure for the Morrigan. That is the Celtic Goddess of War. And here is Branwen. You saw her also in that photo. So that's our Celtic Goddess series right there. Oh, thanks, Moosey. Appreciate that. Now, of course, we've also been working on our series of sci-fi figs. There's our Seri Republic Wind Dancer, and there is the bust version of
Hello,
that.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
We also have, here's the painting version of that. So, and it was all in a series of streams. We did the painting, then we did the bust, and then we did the figure. So yeah, there's the painting and the figure itself. Thank you so much for the follow there, Blood Drunk. Appreciate that. Again, I was like, wait a minute, I have the stage to myself. This is fabulous. Where's the pipeweed? Now we haven't had a 6 yet. We've had a half a 6 and a 2/3 of a 6. Can we get the 6 here for Bruce? Well, no. Well, we got another 2/3 of a 6 there. So yeah, Bloodshot. We might have done a few little Gandalf. Of course, this is Grumpy Gandalf right here. He's like, well, yeah, you'll be grumpy too. Check this out, no arms. And it's like, don't ask how it happened. Also, too, the gardener, he's not the hero of the story because, I'm immortal and I still die. That is Grumpy Gandalf right there. He is not terribly happy. Now, of course, the some of the other stuff that we... Oh, yeah, here's a... I keep forgetting we got Bridget over here. There is the figure version of Bridget, and, of course, there's also our Cyberthuria series. Thank you so much, Hex Paint. Appreciate that. Again, this is part of our Cyberthuria series. We did this a couple of weeks ago, right, Valfera? I think so, something like that. Again, we had some fun with the freehand, the brocade, the embroidery, and of course trying to make that into, sort of some shiny cloth there, right, Hex Paint? Great to see you there, Hex Paint. Happy Sunday. And of course, again, there's also our starships that we have been doing. So you saw that Seri Republic Wind Dancer. Well, there is an entire fleet that also goes with that species. And we did these on our Monday streams. And of course, we have our... Where's our Humies here? There's that. And of course, where's our... Well, let's see. This will work too. So we have been working on our humans there as well. Also, it's fortuitous we have this because on all of this here, well, that's what we're doing here. We're doing basically a spacescape like what we've got on here. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. So, Sea Dragon, I'm sure that London is fabulous. I hope that London is very nice. And, well, hopefully you've gotten a chance to see some fun stuff too there, Sea Dragon. We'll do a film noir in a second there. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Moosey Paint just shared. And of course, again, Blood Drunk, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, let me check and see if you already have. Because the chat's been moving around and stuff there. So I don't think so. There we go. So yeah, Blood Drunk, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now, let's do a couple little film noirs here. It's not quite Wraith. It's not quite a Wraith. Oh, geez, I forgot we have that one sitting up there. So it kind of looks like a whole bunch of nothing, especially this. Until that color comes back, and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on there? I completely forgot we still have this version of Nimue up here. So like the translucent cloth, I think this is usually the better side here. So you got translucent cloth, right? Yeah, not anymore. Transparency is all gone. Because you can't see what is underneath, right? There's just lights and shadows. There's plenty of shading. But again, there is no translucent cloth because you cannot see what's underneath it, because what's underneath it is all about the color right there. I've got other stuff too there, Bruce. It doesn't necessarily have to be right this stream here. If you got some other work in progress things or whatever's, that's fabulous too. So again, here we go. We got our object source lighting. Until we do that, doesn't really look like object source lighting anymore, does it? I mean, maybe in some areas it's really a color thing. It's not a value thing. You see the orange, you see the toasty stuff there, you see the cooler blues, even in the metals here, the cooler greens and such. Whereas again, here we have a little bit more toasty stuff going on in that object source lighting. Hey there,
So
Doji, how
here
you
we
doing?
are.
So Doji, I got one-to-one terrain project pictures to share with you there, Doji. Plenty of one-to-one terrain there. So the average stream there, Hex Paint, is what would you say, 4 to 5.5 hours there, Candace? So this was probably about a 5 hour stream. Yep, the Wind Dancer here, that's about a 5 hour stream, and that's kind of on average. I think, okay, here's the bust version of Nimue. That was like, again, 4.5, 5.5 hours, something like that. So Doji, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Doji, well, the sidewalk thing that happened. Yeah, the sidewalk thing happened this yesterday, and I've been speculating, and now I finally got a chance to see what it actually looked like back there, Doji. Yeah, he might be kind of sad because he may have basically shot all of the water to his place. He may have a giant retention pond behind his house now. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. And again, everybody, please also check out the Instagram link. I don't know if I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think Ngani shared his link. And check out Camda's fabulous painting there. Now, if you wanted to share that again, Camda, that'd be fine because it kind of it kind of got whacked with all the scrolling of the chat there and such. So yeah, if you want to share that again, that would be fine. Let me take my darker stuff again here. There we go. Some more of that over there. So Hex, it's just the skin is very simple. Terra Rosa, some of the Naples yellow, a little bit of the white. Now we are also introducing a little bit of the red. And of course, we are all pigment red 101, right, Camda? So again, the usually something like a Terra Rosa. It's also a Venetian red. Venetian red is a Mars orange is also similar. So I think yeah, there you go. Venetian red. That's another common thing for. Oh, look at that pigment red, 101. Oh, look at this. Even Richardson Venetian red. That's basically Terra Rosa right there. And then your Naples yellow. Do we have? Then that's Indian yellow. Where's my Naples yellow? That was over here somewhere. We'll just. There you go. So there's Naples yellow. That's another. Or brilliant yellow pale. That one works. Ooh, that works really good too. Yeah, brilliant yellow pale works very, very well. Where's my? There's my red. Might need to get a little bit more of my weight out here as well. So Sea Dragon, glad that you were able to get over there. Okay. Hopefully it wasn't too much of a hassle on the flight or flights over there. In case it was more than one. Let me hit the top of you, a little bit down there. A little more light over there. Now, so a little bit of a streak there for. Sorry that your big streak. I mean, you had like you'll be in the 100 and something, right? Right, Doji? At least I think so. Where'd my hype train go? There it is. There's the hype train for Doji. So appreciate that, Doji. Where are we? We're going with this again. A little bit of that light up in here. So yeah, we're basically we have to. This is an unusual kind of thing. We have to kind of finish everything up here because, as you can see, I keep sticking my hand on this, and we want to have again a big old space cape going all around there. So it's not titanium white there, Hex. That's kind of a thing of last resort. So brilliant yellow pale is another one. Where's our? Here we go. Yeah, that's it. this and Terra Rosa together are really, really fabulous. Again, you can use a little teensy bit of white for the lightest stuff there, Axe Paint, but you want to keep it again Naples yellow, brilliant yellow pale, something like that. Not do too much of the white because they'll get mighty chalky. It'll get mighty chalky, mighty fast. So you want to kind of keep that under wraps there. Don't go too much with that. So yeah, sorry that kind of pooped out on you there, Doji. Sorry about that. There we are. Gonna try to now. This is a little bit more just a blending brush kind of thing here, almost like a loaded blending brush. You know what? Let me see. Again, give me some of the Terra Rosa here. A little bit of almost some brown. Need a little something darker right there. Hex, it's really it's what's interesting. Hex is it's almost more intense than white. That's another reason why I like using it there, Hex Paint, because it's almost again lighter than white, which is really wild to think. It's not. It's definitely not lighter than white, but it's such an intense color there, right? Surface tension. So great to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Everybody, please check out some fabulous oil painted miniatures that Surface Tension's gonna share. So Surface Tension, I'll send you some pictures of the massive one-to-one terrain project, one-to-one scale terrain project that happened here yesterday. It required a giant concrete truck, which again I was side by side with Mello, and who knows, at some point Mello might be joining us here on a stream. So many thanks to Mello, Miguel, and the crew there for doing all the sidewalk stuff. And again, let's see here. Let me just unplug that before that's a problem. No, that is. Well, here we go. This is. No, that is from. That's going to be a pain there. We're just going to maybe do this. Yeah, that might just be a little bit easier here. No, that's not quite it. There we are. This is the series that I'm looking for. So there it is, torn up. There it is with the gravel. There it is with the gravel and rebar. Starting to do the concrete, and there's that. There we go. There we are, hanging out there by the concrete truck. Talking miniatures there. So Valfear, once I saw the rebar, yeah, when I saw the rebar there, I knew that it was not going to be just some kind of haphazard sort of thing. And again, Mello's Dead was on a couple of different ships. He was on the Eisenhower and on the Independence. And when I did the little skit for him there, Cammed, with our T-34-85, and he absolutely loved that little skit right there. So that was to try and redo the sidewalk between the houses, because that concrete was from 1961, and it was not done well even by 1961 standards. And with all of the massive floods and everything and storms and such, well, again, the neighbor thought that was going to help. It might help me. I think it's actually going to be the opposite for him. I actually think that's not going to quite work out the way he thinks it is, at least for him anyways. Might work out great for me. So that was quite a bit of concrete. I'm thinking that was about 20 to 23 wheelbarrows of concrete, and we're talking about full wheelbarrows of concrete. Hey there, Real Brush Guy. Great to see ya. Everybody, please give Real Brush Guy a follow. So, Brush Guy, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, geez, Camden, we missed Cinco Uno. It looks like we missed Cinco Uno there. Again, Real Brush Guy, great to see ya. Great to see ya. It's actually kind of a similar palette here to what we used on our Siri Republic Wind Dancer figure. And of course, these are all my own miniatures. All of the figures that you're seeing here, these are all my own sculpts. Now, eventually, these will be made available to the patrons, and then they will be made available to everybody on the My Mini Factories. Right now, I'm still doing test prints. Actually, right now, Camden, I've got a whole bunch of Trench Crusade busts that are printing out. Well, not a whole bunch. There's only 4. I will try to get another batch going after the stream. Surface tension. Well, if they had dug in other areas, they might have found some pets there. Surface tension. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, like always, like usual, Real Brush Guy. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. You know, I'm going to start doing here. Let's get some of the latest stuff on the hair, because I still got to stick my hand on the hands. See that? She's giving me a hand. So Blood Drunk, if you just want to share it, like a Discord link or an Instagram link or a YouTube or Facebook or something like that. So you can just pop that link in the chat there, Blood Drunk. And again, everybody please give Blood Drunk Bruce a follow. Now, Surface Tension, did you get a chance to share your stuff there in the chat? Because again, Surface Tension also does the oil painting. Now this is a little bit of the yellow in there. There's a teensy bit of yellow in that. Now, Real Brush Guy, I guess it's been kind of toasty there. It's been toasty here at times. Also, Real Brush Guy, are you walking through the Rhine there looking for dinosaur fossils or woolly mammoth fossils? I think that was that in Budapest there, Real Brush Guy? I think that was in Budapest that they found a woolly mammoth skeleton there in the Danube. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Real Brush Guy just shared. So there's a Discord link that everybody check out. Again, the Discord link that Bruce shared, and also to Surface Tension shared a link again with some really fun oil painted stuff. So check out the Brush Guy, the Real Brush Guy. Check out Blood Drunk Bruce, and also check out what Surface Tension shared. So yeah, I think those were some e-boats, right, Real Brush Guy? Yeah, I think those. Just judging by the size of those, they looked like e-boats of some kind. I guess what we would call PT boats here in the U.S. And that's about what those looked like size-wise. So again, everybody check out those Discord links that Blood Drunk Bruce posted. You know, I'm gonna get me some more to wait out here. Let's just eventually we'll get our fast mat weight out here, but there we go. Thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Much appreciated. There you go. So Hex, it's just a little bit of indigo and a little bit of brown to make the black, and then just a little bit of Naples yellow in there too. Actually, the brilliant yellow pale would work good there too, Hex. Yeah, you could take again the Van Dyke brown, indigo, that makes your black, and then you mix a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale with that. You'll get a very nifty gray out of that, Hex. Now we're using the alkyds here, so well we don't have brilliant yellow pale. Let me see. So again, everybody, please check out the links at Blood Drunk Bruce, and of course, give Blood Drunk Bruce a follow while you're at it. Now, Brush Guy, again, was there any? Let's see. I don't know if there was any conventions or miniature shows or anything like that that you might be working towards. I know that there's several of those over over the course of the year. There's some biggies. I think Essen already happened, right? I don't remember when. I'm pretty sure that already happened. You can have all of ours, Real Brush Guy. Yeah, there's been 2 occasions this year, just in the last month, Real Brush Guy, where we've had 5 inches or more of rain in less than 2 hours. So you can have all of it. Yeah, you can have, if you want it there, you can have all the rain. Because we don't need any more. Because see this brown that's in the, whatchamacallit, in the frame around our overlay there? That's what everybody's lawn should look like. Everybody's lawn looks like a golf course, including mine, and I haven't watered it in 12 years. And yet it is as green as you could possibly. It looks like art. It looks like somebody painted it green. So again, but check out the Discord links there that Blood Drunk Bruce posted. So where rain is for sale. It is for sale. It comes by the gallon. Due to the difficulty of transport, it's about $4,000 a gallon, so you might want to choose wisely what you're going to use it for. Let's do this here. Yeah, that's we don't have much of a shield here, surface tension. Well, I guess I think in the other parts of the Midwest, it's in the mid 90s or something like that. There we go. Everybody, check out that Discord link that Real Brush Guy just shared. And it would be like Doji. Check out what Bruce posted. Check out what Doji posted. Check out what Surface Tension posted. Surface Tension, I have a whole bunch of stuff to show you. I think there's probably more video links that you have not seen yet. And of course, there's all the Compass Rose universe stuff. So yeah, I think you might have seen the first video or 2 there, Surface Tension. I'll try to get you the rest of them. Let me get some more of my lights all the way down there. Now, actually, Real Brush Guy. Let me see if I can. Again, it's going to be hard to figure out where everything is here. Let me see if. Oh, this might work. This just might work here. Nope, that's not it. This might work here. Yes, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. No, that is not what I'm looking for. Let me try this one here, maybe. No, that's not it either. One second. It's very difficult to figure out where in the world this stuff is. I think maybe we're getting there now. Oh, here we are. Yes, this is it. So this is a drawing that Kathy did of one of her D&D characters, and this is going to be made into a miniature. I already have the STL files of that. We're also there we go. So there's the STL file of it, and we're also making a bust of it because hey there recoil, because everybody liked the expression on the face so much. We're also making a bust of it there. So great to see you there. Also, too, Real Brush Guy. Let me show you this here. This is it. So, this is a drawing that Kathy was working on, and I knew what it was she wanted to do with it. I knew she was going to use these colors with the colored pencils, and it is now part of the Compass Rose universe. It is actually part of the Compass Rose universe, and so there is the species that lives there, because this was kind of what she had in mind for the people that were going to live there. And this might be our next Flat Thursday. I might actually paint this this coming Thursday, so don't be surprised if you see that. And also, again, here is they're very big into because they're like an offshoot of the Ballisteri. And here we go. So there's the 7 priestesses. That's basically their government system right there, because they essentially it's almost like a cabinet type system there. So yeah, Brush Guy, I was I needed a new space for the sculpting area, and so I basically I need a giant area. And as I was moving stuff around, I mean, I knew there was tons of sketchbooks. They had just kind of been out of sight, out of mind for a while, and then I saw those, and I went, yeah. Oh, AD, actually, since you're still up there, AD, definitely, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? If you wanted to share the painting that you just did there too, AD, that would be fabulous. Speaking of 2D art, actually, is Sundays your 2D day there, AD, or is it? I think it's Sunday is your 2D art day, right? If I got that wrong, sorry about that. But I'm pretty sure now that Sunday is your 2D art day. It is, okay. So surface tension for the starships, like one here. So yeah, this blender for this there, surface tension, because it does mechanical stuff very well. What it does not do well is this, but Nomad Sculpt. So surface tension, now it's on the PC also. On your iPad, it's $20. It's $35 for the PC, but PC, right? I've got a Cintiq tablet for the PC. So yeah, Nomad Sculpt for everything that is organic, and Blender for all the mechanical stuff. Now, obviously, Blender is free, but it has certain disadvantages. Everybody check out that link there that AD Creations just shared. We also want to say goodbye to Doji. So yeah, Doji, I'll send you the pictures after the stream of the 1-to-1 terrain or 1-to-1 scale terrain project there. I needs that to be a little lighter. There we go. And again, everybody, please check out that link that AD Creations just shared. Nope, that is too devoid. We had to get a little bit of the yellow in there. And again, you can see I'm pretty much wiping off. She's just got the outstretched hands and just giving me a hand here, because that's what my hand is sitting on. We'll have to pretty much restore most of that paint, because that's mostly been torn away at this point. We appreciate the raid there that Blood Drunk did. Welcoming back surface tension painting. Again, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So I guess you'll be will you be streaming that later today then, AD? So yeah, AD Creations may be streaming a little bit later today, or a lot later today, but it'll probably still be today. Get that going here. Now we need some light down. I keep wanting to grab this because normally the plinth does not have anything on it, but not the case. Not with this one, because again we're trying to extend our spacescape down onto the base. I mean, we're only an hour 40 minutes in, so we've been working on this for 100 minutes. That's it. Yep, that's yeah. AD. There's a whole ton of paintings that I would love to do, like the Cyberthuria stuff and everything. Some portraits, but those are all vertical orientation, or as we like to say, vertical. And well, the stream doesn't really. The streaming areas. This is not vertical. Yeah, that is horizontal. But yeah, Real Brush Guy, I'm hoping to paint that up on stream maybe this Thursday to kind of introduce a new species, which again is an offshoot of the Ballisteri. That's one of our big six. One of our big six species. They were one of the first ones to be allied with the Great Union of New Terra. Whoops, let's extendo this over the top here. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, there's going to be a bunch of sculpts from those sketches that Kathy had. And of course, well, that's how I made all of these. These are based on my oil paintings. Some of them are drawings, but a lot of not oil painting, but a lot of the paintings that I did way back in the 90s. It's been really fabulous to see these have new life again. Surface tension, there was just a teensy bit of the spray paint on there, but I actually brought out a couple of the fluorescents here. Let me get this scissors out of the way so we can. So we actually chuck these. Oh, here we go. Here's the other one. So we actually brought out the old Marion Streets there surface tension. Been mixing this with what is that? What is that? Whatchamacallit magenta there, quinacridone magenta, and well, this is our. I still say that is manganese blue. I still say it is, but it pigment-wise it says that it's not. But I still think it is. I'm still convinced. That's my conspiracy theory. Their surface tension is that it's actually. It is at its core. It is just manganese blue. And we'll be getting some of the lighter stuff in our spacey scapes there too. Oh, here we go. So you can see it's gonna be looking a little bit more like that. We're just this all has to be done. As you can see, I have almost completely wiped away the paint on the hand there. It's kind of like the diamond mines there, surface. Oh, it's like, oh, I know what it is. I know it is. It's kind of like the ancient Welshlandians there, surface tension, and cadmium gray shade. Yes. Yeah, just to let folks know, if you ever see cadmium gray shade somewhere outside Welshlandia, be careful because the Welshlandians will track you down, and they will try to recover all the cadmium gray shade. That is not allowed outside the borders of Welshlandia. So recoil, I was telling folks earlier in the stream, because today was the first day I actually got back there to see what he did, and let's put it this way, recoil, there could be quite the lake, and on top of that slab that he's got in the back. I highly suggest that he grabs a sledgehammer and starts to break that thing up. That's all I can say. Yeah, it would be hilarious, right, Recoil, if all the water ends up in his yard when he was the one that kind of started this whole thing. I do believe there's a reward, right, Surface Tension? If you offer a tip that leads to the recovery of the original Welshlandic cadmium gray shade, there's a reward available. So Recoil, basically now there's a wall around it. Before, it just all went into my yard and my house. Now there's a wall there. I mean, I think I sent you the pictures of it. Now, let's see. This is not the right one to be. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. This will show you. There we go. So that used to be about 4 inches shorter, and all the water came through there and right into my yard and everything else. There is now a wall there. That's a good about 7.5 inch. Look at that's how much taller that is. You can see that's a good 7.5, 8 inches taller right there. So then there is now a giant barrier there. Now we're gonna call that the Great Wall of Wappleville right there. I can't tell you how many people are buried inside that wall. That's yeah, we can't report those kind of figures. Basically, for every mile of wall, there was there might have been a few casualties among the workers. But of course, sometimes you just got to break a few eggs, right, Recoil? Let me see if I can get the little white highlighty type things on there. Not with that. That's got way too much thinner. We got to cut that down. Let's see if we can do this here. Oh, let's get. Oh, I'm going to zoom in. Or did I zoom back in again? I'm going to zoom in some more. do you get a medal? The Order of Welshlandia there, Surface Tension, if you hope recover some. And it's just a gray button, right? Surface Tension. I think that's the Order of Welshlandia is just a gray button. Because if that's the case, then I've received that award several hundred times. If that's all that award is. Let's put it this way, Recoil. If you were walking between the houses yesterday, you were going to have cement shoes. And of course, we do not recommend concrete footwear here in Chicago, especially by open bodies of water. And of course, Surface Tension, if somebody enters the Rugby Hall of Fame in Welshlandia, they're given a gray jacket. So see you later there, Moosey. Moosey, why don't you share your stuff one more time there, Moosey, before you go. There's been a lot of things in the chat, so definitely, Moosey, if you want to share that again, please go ahead. Now, of course, as we know, right, Michael, there's not just gray. There's heather gray, there's navy gray, there's there's ashen gray. So just, you might think that you're getting only one type of t-shirt, right, Michael? But there's actually infinite colors of gray, especially if you have cadmium gray shade as a base for it, right, Recoil? We're going to do this here. Yeah, Payne's Gray has all the things in it. And of course, Oh, is this it? No, no, no. Wait a minute. Where's nope, that's the van. That's the other one. Where is my pansy gray here? There it is. Yep, there's a pigment red 101 in there. But like Artemichael says, cadmium gray, gray shade. It has to be gray shade there, Artemichael. It can't just be any old cadmium gray. It is cadmium gray, gray shade. Here we go. Camda, the one thing though is you trade opacity. See, that's is there anything more opaque than Welshlandic gray, right? Surface tension, because even the sun itself cannot penetrate Welshlandic gray. That's how gray it is. That's how opaque it is. Not even the sun itself can get through that. Do we need? Okay. Oh, that's where we're gonna do that. Or do we go darker? Let's see what happens. Good grief. I mean, we're not even at 2 hours yet, and some of the alkyds here, those are already kind of starting to set. My goodness, that's crazy. Oh, wait a minute, Camja. Wait a second. I got it. It's Indian gray. Oh, sorry there, Cam. Great minds think alike there, Camja. Sorry I didn't see your post there. Yeah, the Indian gray is the most translucent of all grays, and Welshlandic gray is the most opaque. Oh, I get that. There we go. A little bit of the darker violet. Ooh, geez, we need some over there. Oh, yeah, there we are. Now we're starting to get some action here. Now, of course, I'm not sure what kind of mangoes you eat to make that there, Camda. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what kind of mangoes you're eating to make the Indian gray. Come on, up and over. There we go. All right. There we go. Now, do a little bit of that. Now, where's... I threw out a whole bunch of these One Happy Choice brushes. There were some of them new... That ain't a new one, is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. So you just eat a bunch of roof slate or something like that, Camden, and that makes... that'll get you the... That's like mango gray. Oh, there. Oh, I like that. I like that color there, Camden. Mango gray. Yes, that's the most translucent of all grays, and then cadmium gray is the most opaque of all grays. Let me get some of the. There, now we're talking here. We've been missing a wee spot of that. Doing this. It's what was that? Oh, caput mortem. There you go. Yes. Yes, caput mortem. That's that's what mango gray is. It's the caput mortem of grays. All right, let's do a little bit of this lighter, but just now we're starting to work a little bit in the clothing here. Now, of course, Rico says that available for export is also Melbourne gray. Actually, now Rico, I don't know if you saw that the Roos just put the coup de Greece there on the doggies season. Yeah, they beat the doggies, so that's pretty much all said and done with. I don't even think they're gonna make. I don't even think they're gonna be 10th on the ladder there by the time the season is over. Recoil, because it's very probable that they lose their next 4 games. Now, of course, a few years ago, or several years ago, when GW, you know, pulled the plug on that Mordheim game, then it became Kaput Mordheim. So there you go. What's funny, Recoil, is that actually the Ruse, they're going to be higher on the ladder than the Doggies. I'm not joking. With that game, they actually pulled another game closer to the Doggies, so they might actually pull ahead of the Doggies. That is very possible. Now I'm going to try to start again doing again some lighter stuff here now to try and get with this lighter blue going through here. Some nebulae type stuff. And of course, well, the White Sox did manage to beat Cleveland today, and I think Minnesota also lost. So that means your Chicago White Sox, they have a 3-game lead, and if they can beat Cleveland tomorrow or whatever, that would extend it out to their biggest lead of the season at 4 games. Could it happen? Could the White Sox make the postseason? I would imagine they're not going anywhere in the postseason, but, given that they have set records for the worst records in the majors multiple years in a row, that's the ultimate worst to first, right, Recoil? Again, we're trying to make a little bit more of our lighter. Let's grab some of this lighter stuff here. Break this down some. Not enough. Ooh, there we are. We might need to let that set for a spell. Might need to let that set. Also, ooh, here we go. I'm gonna take this. On this, we mix those together. We gotta get some of our lighter magento stars here. Get you in there. Come on, over there. Very delicate, nothing but precision here, right? Recoil, look at that. I mean, again, you don't get delicate brushstrokes like that just anywhere. No siree. Wow, look at this again. That is a height of careful brushstrokes right there. Yeah, gonna drop a few more over there. Something going like that. And then I want to take some of the magenta again here and start doing a little bit of this. Making those little cloudy clouds. I mean, the precision is, you almost can't measure the precision, right, Recoil? That is just how precise it is. Some of that magenta around it. Some more. Around that. Around you. A little more of the magenta. Around you. And then we'll take... Not so sure about that one. Maybe this one. Oh, that's it, Rico. Yes, we need lasers to measure it. That's how precise it is. Now we'll take our blendy brush to that. And all of a sudden, well, that changed just a little bit, didn't it? Just a little bit. Doing this the same deal here. So we got this bad boy sitting down over here. Why don't we start doing some of this? Well, looky there. All of a sudden, that's not looking quite so. It's not looking like that. It went from that to that. Hit at the edge of this. Same deal over here. Oh, and also too, yeah, we'll probably be adding to our tornado count this week coming up. So on the leaderboard there for tornadoes, I do believe you got, I think you got Mizzou in second place with 80 or 81. And I believe you got Indiana in second place with 73, somewhere in that range. Does anybody want to guess who is in first place and with how many? Yeah. Take a little guess at, again, who leads the pack and how many. Let's do some more of this blendy stuff over here. I'm sure for anybody watching the streams here, it will not be a surprise who leads the way. Celia, there's surface tension. Watch out for the, watch out for those squirrels, and hopefully you can get that death orb shield functioning again. Um, that's pretty. That's You're right about Illinois, Arda Michael. You just have to add 100 more. Well, almost 100. Yes, with 191 tornadoes, Illinois is in first place in the tornado sweepstakes. So if anybody wants to move here fast because here is going to be somewhere else very soon. Yeah, so if you're looking to buy a house here in Illinois, you might want to buy it because once you buy it, it's going to be in Indiana or Ohio or somewhere else. And that is not a joke. As of a week or two, as of about a week and a half ago, yes, 191 tornadoes for the state of Illinois. That's a lottery that you definitely want to win for sure. I did do a film noir there, Velfera. Yeah, we did a film noir with this. We did a film noir with. I brought out Nimue Velfera to show the translucent cloth. But I think it would be. We've done some more shading on this Velfera, so I think it would look different than it did because that was pretty early on. I think, right, Velfera, when we did the other one? Yeah, that was at least an hour-ish ago. So it should show something. We should see a little something there in a film noir. Especially now that we're starting to do this. Maybe even a little bit more. So yeah, now even with that little bit, I'm going to zoom out for this here film noir. So now here, I don't know if it's going to be Wraith Arianrhod or not, but it's definitely... It's getting a little wraithy there, especially with the white hair, right, Velfera? So again, you can look at in the... I mean, even here, it just kind of looks like one flat tone with the exception of a few little light brushstrokes until all that stuff comes back. And looky there, look at that. So again, that is a color difference, not a value difference. And a color difference can matter every bit as much as a value difference, sometimes even more. Come on, let me get a little something here. And again, we'll be doing this here. This is going to be some of the last stuff we do because again, I'm trying to work my way inside out here on this thing here. So yeah, that was an interesting film noir. well, we're paying our version of the rates, right, Valfair, just because, somebody else is going to take them out of the game completely. So that's why we got to make our own. Yeah, we better make our own there, Valfera. Let me see if I can get a little bit of that magenta in there too. Oh, well, I guess we're getting kind of close to a Cinco Dos there, Camda. Well, about 17 minutes away now from a Cinco Dos. We've almost been at this. Oh, we've been at a little over 2 hours now. Nice to see you there, Rems. So Rems, yeah. Now you got the regular link today, right, for the new episode, and I think you got the other stuff in your email there or via Gmail, whatever. So yeah, Rems, and actually Rems, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, like always, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Trying to work in a little some lighter here. There's got a little bit of the magenta in it too. Glad that you got that. Now, Rems, there's also there was a new link that was posted earlier. It was posted on Saturday, and that's an individual episode. That is the one on Corrupted Galahad. Well, part two of Corrupted Galahad. Now, I might maybe when I do the refresh of the medicine, maybe I might run down. I'm gonna have to go down there anyway to check on some prints. So maybe I grab that Galahad figure. So pretty simple there, Hex. Pretty simple. Quinacridone magenta. I actually used ultramarine blue, but then also with the what is that? The Marion Street floral magenta, and also the Marion Street floral blue. So this is we just enhanced the magenta with this here. That's the quinacridone magenta added with this, and this right here, throwing this with some of the Prussian blue also. Maybe we lighten this up a little bit more. Maybe. That's not necessarily right now, but we're going to do a little bit of oppo there. We're going to get some of the violet there to lighten some of that, some of the blue. And we can go a whole bunch lighter than this too. Just realize that. Yep, Camda, unfortunately, any kind of camera is not going to capture blues and violets very well. What it's going to do really well is greens. So no hex paint, just mix in the white and the brilliant yellow pale. That would start to kind of gray it down because of the yellow in there. So yeah, you're not going to want to use the brilliant yellow pale for that. Actually, I don't have any brilliant yellow pale out here because we're rolling with alkyds. So there is no brilliant yellow pale on the palette. So Cam, it's been the same since I first started filming stuff back in 2013. It's always been the case. Just like some colors for 2D printing, they just don't necessarily work out very well. There's some colors that print really fantastic, and then there's other colors that just don't print well. Let me get this going. And of course, with reds or whatever, no problem. With violet versus another violet or a magenta, that's not a problem either. But as soon as you get into the turquoise and everything, so yeah, Rems, we've learned an awful lot about them since then. We have learned a ton about the alkyds. Been using them a whole bunch. Now again, just down here, not gonna. Well, I could do a little something right there because we're not. I don't think we're gonna be touching that a whole bunch. Let me try some of this over here. It's almost a little bit like marble, what we're going to be doing here. So let's extend this down. Yeah, I will be filming another marble tutorial tomorrow. So that's going to be part 4 of our marble series, I think. Yeah, we're losing our marbles. Where's that? Oh, here's some of the... Here's this. This was some of the latest ones right here. Yeah, that was one of our last episodes. Here's another one. There was the Verde, and then there was this one, the Levanto Rose right there. That was again another one of our. That was I think part 3. So yeah, part 4 is coming up soon. As in, I'll be filming that tomorrow. Oh geez, you know what I keep forgetting to do, Valfair, is I keep forgetting to ask the GPTs when is the next Prime Days. Is that going to be just like a Labor Day sale, or is there an actual like Prime Days before that or something? That I need to find that out. It's not. I'm not looking for another giant battery backup thing. I just want to get more display stuff. I was thinking that might be something that'd be smart to wait for. I think Camda, we got some of the we got one that's almost going to look like cracked lava. It's like black with the yellow in the inclusions there. Yeah, that one's going to be pretty wild, Camda. Oh, now this is different. This is the ultramarine blue mixed again with the white here. That's going to go in again some ports here. Again, what we're doing here is not all that different than what happened with the marble. Yeah, we'll just use this one here, do a little bit of mixy there. A little bit of blending going on with that. That probably also gonna throw some more of the white out there too. Oh geez, we're getting closer and closer. I almost forgot about the Cinco Dos there, Camda. How's about we also welcome Iridican wife. Irid, how are you doing? Everybody please give Iridican wife a follow. So yeah, Irid, I'll have to send you pictures of the sidewalk project. Which, well, that was yesterday. That's why I wasn't streaming yesterday. But Iridican wife was streaming today, and everybody again, please give Iridican wife a follow if you could do that, please. And of course, Irid, why don't you share the Pinterest link? Share that Pinterest link. No, that can't be parallel to that. We want to have those in different places here. And then we're going to do our... I'm not so sure we're going to be able to do a whole bunch of Spatterstar Galactica on this. It may not be quite so. Maybe down here, not much up there. Everybody please check out the Pinterest link that Iridican wife just shared. And then once you have successfully done that, again, please give Iridican wife a follow. You can't start on those too early, Irid. Because, well, that time's going to be here faster, pretty darn fast. Now, I do believe we're not all that far away from another time change. And again, most everybody here is now they're all on board with my perpetual winter plan. Yeah. They were very much against it. All of a sudden now they're all in favor of perpetual winter here. Ah, that's fantastic, Arianrhod. And again, everybody please check out the link that Arianrhod Wife shared, and everybody please give Arianrhod Wife a follow. Now here, we're going to get see, we just put some of the magenta into the blue right there. Yeah, we'll work with this some more. Up there, over here, again a little bit of that, and then we'll maybe get some of the violet back in there. Might even put a little bit of the magenta into some of the gold, just because. There. Let me try to lighten up this blue some more here. Now we're talking. This fold here, yeah. More folds. We got folds, we got stars, we got all kinds of stuffs. We got nebula things going on here. Little more overlight there, okay. Did a bit more of that light over here, right next to where, well, our sun is. Lighten up you some more. And again, one of the things I will do is I'm going to wash some of that off of my hand too, and we go and snag ourselves some more medicine. Because again, as I was painting all this up here, I had to keep sticking my, I can maybe do the hands again here. Been spoiled all this time, being able to, for all the other ones, been able to stick my hand on that plinth down there. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll lighten that up a little bit there. And everybody also please give AD Creations a follow. AD will be streaming later today. Some fabulous some 2D art over there. Okay, good. For sure thought there was a whole bunch of thinner on that brush. There was none. So see you in a little bit there, Arianrhod. See you in a bit. Again, a little bit of tap, tap, tap right there. We'll do that along these. Just to get those babies faded a little. They had a bit of our light along there, yeah. Maybe we'll lighten. Yeah, let's get these folds a little lighter. Now, we can also go the other way, make them darker too, but let me just get, well, lighter mid-tone, really. On this side, let's start to work with making some sort of a nebula around our little star over there. Also, let's impart a little bit of magenta into that too, just getting that in the mix there. Okay, then that's already pretty light there. When we break out the old fast mat, boy, that should make a big difference. Nope. Let's go. Here we are. Let's go back to this magenta to catch a little light there. Because we also need the shape of the form here too, right? Yes, we want all the space capey type stuff, but if the form itself is not there, won't really read as much of a dress. Not sure what it would actually read as. Good grief. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, let me just use a little bit of each here, and then we get some lighter stuff on these folds here. Like you do. Just a minute away now, Camda. Holy smokes! I looked up and that Cinco Dos is coming up pretty quick. Just seconds away. It doesn't mean anything. All it means is that we will have been working on this for 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. And we just go hour by hour, counting down the hours. One Cinco at a time, right, Camda? Everybody check out the TikTok link there that Rim just shared. Some more miniature painting goodness. And again, just seconds away now. Let me get the light up there. And boom. Oh, no, we're 22 seconds away. Never mind. I missed out on Dos there. Up a little bit lighter middle tone there. Not super light or anything. We got some more aspects of our the shading to do there, and now we got it finally. Thanks for keeping track of it, Camda. I do think, Camda, once I updated or upgraded or whatever it was, they had to upgrade the stupid Streamlabs. Once I did that, that seemed to kind of solve some of the issues there. Yeah, something lighter here. Maybe some of that down here in a spot or two. So there it is. Cinco Dos. Something there, a little something there. Bit more over here. And that's still mixing with the magenta that we put out there a couple of hours ago. 2 hours 23 minutes now. There was no paint on this at all. There was certainly no skin tone. There was none of the nebula-ish type stuff. None of that. And try and get that magenta to cross over in front of the cyan over there instead of just lighter cyan for mid-range cyan and later later magenta or violet for darker magenta or violet. No, we're trying to do a little bit of opposite worlds there. Trying to put again, or in some cases we've got something like this kind of magenta or a burgundy, whatever, and we'll take some kind of a blue to highlight that. Use the darker reds as almost like an underpainting. Yep, rims, they combine those all the time. Some of the more recent videos there, rims, on some of those, it was just basically the white was the only alkyd that I used. And the whole point there was just Well, that's going to make everything else dry faster, just kind of by default. Not maybe a ton faster, but faster than it would without it. Okay, we got that now. And again, if I'm not streaming Monday, that would be sort of a weather thing because now, with everything changed back there, now no idea what to expect. Like before, it's like, okay, if it rains this much, then I know I really, really, really got to keep looking down there. But with everything completely changed, I need to have real close eyes on that. So Rams, the other again advantages of the Alkids is it doesn't just drive faster, it also sets more quickly, which especially for somebody that is newer to it, that tends to make it easier for that person to kind of keep keep going with the painting instead of this. Wow, gee, there's way too much paint on there. I just need to let the whole thing dry. So Ram, there's really only a few colors that have natural shininess to them. But in general, you're not going to get shininess with the Alkids, especially the Paul Rubens. There's, they're almost like anti-shine. Yeah, there is no shine really with the Paul Rubens ones. Now the color, like say the Eptilongs that have tons of safflower oil in them, those some of those can be a little bit on the shiny side. Or alizarin crimson has some shininess. The phthalo colors, they tend to also have some shininess too. So see you later there, AD. See you later. Appreciate you being here as always. Have a great stream later today. And again, now I might go again. Refresh the medicine. Check on those prints super quick. Just want to see what they're doing. And of course, nobody go anywhere because we'll be right back at it here. Right, and again, this is part of our Celtic Goddess Series. This is Arianrhod, Goddess of the Heavens. Or here is her. Well, I'm really gonna need to wash my hands because it's very dangerous grabbing these other ones when there's this much paint. So that was Rhiannon. Yeah, so we're gonna. That's the other thing I want to do is get some of that stuff washed off of my hands there. So we're gonna get back to this. So now that we got this kind of more under control, we can start to wander down more over here. This is gonna be super fun doing this. It's gonna be again like part spacescape, part marble down here. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. So rims, that'll actually I was gonna be making the whatchamacallits there, the plinths. Those will probably be the very first files that I make available on the Patreon page, because I mean it's pretty much just a square box with some filigree added. It's been printed a bunch of times. I mean it'll be close enough for folks. So that's probably the first file that I'll be. I'm just gonna try and figure out okay, what's the best way to get that to folks on the page? Do I just hand out a Google Drive link? Because I'm fairly sure that there's no attachments that I can add to any kind of Patreon stuff. Thanks, Rems. Again, appreciate you signing up there. Appreciate you signing up. So, Rems, I wasn't kidding there. Uh, there's a wouldn't you say, Canva? There's about 3,000 hours worth of videos now. So Rems, like even let's see, what was the like this right here? Okay. So this was I think it was it a two-part series or a three-part series? So this again, it's another one of my files. We'll be making that available to the patrons. It's just a lot of these are they're test prints, so I have to make sure that they're actually printable because again, what you sculpt and what's printable are two different things. And I found that out not just with my stuff, but with other people's stuff. It looks really nifty, say in a slicer or whatever, and then you go to print it out, and all of a sudden it's just like, what happened here? What's going on? So yeah, that is something. That's a thing, and I'm trying to make sure that there is as much test printing as possible. There is no way to test every resin in every printer because I don't have every resin in every printer. Thanks, Rams. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to send those. Because for some folks, certain things are easier than others as far as getting files or information or whatever's. I'm going to go back to this. So I can get a little bit of the magenta in here. There's a couple of things. For one thing, it's kind of smoothing some stuff out. But it's also imparting, again, some of the little bit of that magenta color now onto the skin tone, which is kind of important there. A little extra light coming out there. Okay. Now, let me see. Yeah, let's get some lighter stuff on the hands here. So, now we're back to kind of the Naples yellow Terra Rosa, or again, we were talking about the brilliant yellow pale. You could use the brilliant yellow pale with the Terra Rosa. That's an old favorite combo right there. Always loved that combo. Now, there is one thing about the brilliant yellow pale, is that it is one of the slowest drying colors of all of the Williamsburg brand. What was the other one? Oh yeah, Egyptian violet. So we say it all the time. Well, with anything, there's trade-offs, but with oil paint, sometimes there are trade-offs. Also apparently in sidewalks too, right? Recoil, as in, the neighbor thinks, oh yeah, this is going to be great because I'm going to keep water out of my house. It's like, no, basically what he's going to do is take mine and shove it into his, I think. Now again, there could be new cracks in the foundation. There's going to be other things maybe that are also going to could be a problem for me, but something tells me that he might be a little bit sad-faced there. So Rams did. Oh, it's time to get that white back out here. Let's get that back out here on the palette. And again, Rems 2, remember, these come in 3 packs. Speaking of which, actually, I need to get me another 3-pack of those. That's something I'm going to shove in the cart there. Just again, if it pops up in a Amazon Prime Day or something sale there. Yes, ye old Tomb Kings, ye old Tomb Kings. Yeah, he may have a retention pond back there now. Recoil. That is possible. Yeah, I have no idea why they call them opera colors, Rims. I have no idea why they call them that. Uh, Camden speculates they call them opera colors because they're loud. That's about the only thing we can figure why they actually call them that. Because yeah, recoil. When I saw just how much that was raised and how it's kind of cut off the flow of water there, that's going to be real interesting. Nice to see you there, Roland. Happy Sunday and all that. Maybe lighten this up a bit more. There we go. Also a little more light there. We can see this is the thing about the Alkids is that this paint. See, that's pretty well set right there. It's not dry, but it has set. If that was brilliant yellow pale and Terra Rosa, well, this little maneuver right here would not be quite so easy. That would not be quite so easy doing that. Again, there's always trade-offs with stuff. You know what? Let me hear. That will end up probably being, that's got to be the lightest color that we can do on the skin tones here. At least for now. A little bit lighter there. Maybe some center too, I guess. Nope. Unfortunately, here it's all about the houses being super close together. There's nowhere for the water to go, and when you're getting 5-6 inches of rain in less than 2 hours, there is basically you end up with a big old pile of it in the street, and it goes into the houses. So again, this was not an issue before, but now that there are these massive rains over and over and over again, along with the tornadoes. Like I said, Illinois now leads the clubhouse with 191 tornadoes. The next closest state has 82. And that next closest state is literally the one that should have the biggest bullseye on it. There's other states that should be getting all kinds of tornadoes. They got like 10. And of course, with no Atlantic hurricanes or anything like that to absorb some of that energy, that means it's all coming this way. Here we get some more of our light on these. The bands on a wrist here, a little lighter there. Not too much though. Can't go too light on those. I'm gonna take this here. This is our quinacridone. It was a little too much of the quinacridone magenta. What we want to do, get a little bit on the underside of that. That they can happen in mountainous areas too. They may not have as long of a track. Flat is not what tornadoes care about. What tornadoes care about is wind shear, instability, warm air, and moist air. As long as you've got warm air coming out of the Gulf with moisture, and you've got instability and wind shear at mid-levels, So I don't have a Discord there, Rems. Between the Instagram, the YouTube, and everything else, there's no way for me to keep track of additional social media stuff. Oh, and the Facebook stuff too. Can't forget the Facebook stuff. So yeah, you can get like even in Georgia where there's definitely more mountainous type terrain. You can definitely have tornadoes there. All it requires is that instability, the wind shear. Winds going in two different directions at different levels. Let's get some of the lighter stuff on our stars here. Might even start thinking about doing some spatter star stuff here. That's why everybody has basements here. People say, why do people have basements? Because they flood. Well, that's because you also don't want to die in the tornado. Let's do some of that light on some of these stars down here. More. Also, too, here the basements were also bomb shelters. So they were like triple purpose. They were supposed to be extra place for living and recreation. Also, again, protection from the tornadoes, and then also to a bomb shelter. I still in my was it citizenship and the community merit badge? Had to actually plan out a bomb shelter in the basement. Ooh, look at that nice little nebula type of thing going on. We can start to fool around with these now. We kind of had to wait because I was sticking my hand on that thing all the time. Now we don't quite have to worry about that so much anymore. And now we can start to do a little bit of this type of stuff here, which is going to be super fun. Been waiting to do this for quite some time. Let's do this here. Oh, there we go. Nice little bit of magenta. That is the other thing too about basements. When those were first built, didn't have air conditioning, and I don't have air conditioning in the basement, and it's never gotten above 82 degrees down there. Nope. Well, long before that, we're talking in the 1950s, because these houses were built in the 60s, well, 50s and 60s. So yeah, that was long before any movies, that's for sure. Now, I might want to Google the Cuban Missile Crisis. That'll put hair on the bottom of your feet, probably, right? Recoil. Let's keep going here. Ooh, now we're getting a chance to do a little bit of mixing, a little bit of blending going on. Thanks, Rems. I think you've seen some of these on the sessions, right? On the Twitch sessions here. You can kind of see it. See it right there? You can kind of see what's happening there. There we go. So yeah, that Merit Badge book that I was working from was made in the 60s. So that's definitely not a 1980s thing. Ooh, look at this. Sneaking a little bit of that magenta. Ooh, now see this, it picks up the magenta just fine, right, Camda? It's just the blue, the turquoise. It doesn't pick those up, but it sure picks up that magenta. Man, look at that. Big time. Big time there. Oh yeah, there we are. Some of that nifty stuff there. I'm going to take our indigo and the violet. So we're making indigo violet here. Indigo and violet together for some of the darkest dust clouds that we got that footsie there. We almost forgot all about that. That's all right. That's all right. I mean, we're not even at a Cinco Trace yet, right, Camden? We got a ways to roll, a ways to go. More of that again. The indigo, the violet, we combo those up together. Let's get some of that going in here. Another patch of the darker cloud stuff here. We got a lot of lighter stuff, a lot of mid-tone. What we don't necessarily have is this dark to slice through all that. You know what? I'm gonna go with a little more ultra marine blue here. Take another one of these guys. One of these, one side or another, has to be softened up. We'll choose this side. There we are. So, let's get that up here again. A little bit of the violet and some of the blue. Ooh, now we're talking. Now we're up here. Got to do that up here. More cut through there. Down to some of these folds. Up here. Another set of again like a little bit of a dust cloud sort of thing, going through there. Let's carry that down through here and some back here too. Another hit of that darker stuff over here. This is another place we're going to need it. Indigo. You know what? A little bit of the magenta in there. It's indigo magenta now. Bingo. Ooh, we have that. Ooh, that really, that stands out now. Yes, indeed. How's about we bring that all the way down here? So now our plinth is gonna hopefully the idea here, the concept is have all of this almost just be combined together. Because the original painting, now of course this doesn't have those 12 Celtic zoomorphs that I did for the signs of the zodiac there. But now it's all supposed to kind of be like it just flows all into the dress right there. More of this, again, that is some of our darkest. I want a little more magenta in there. Like this. I see it. It's got some sweep to it here, and it's going to join in with this dust cloud here because I want to have this whole thing become there. A nice little interrupt here on our plinth. Yeah, that works. That works now. Might go and here if we're gonna do some really dark stuff. That would be more the Prussian blue. So again, here's another little, see, the kind of this swirling effect here with our nebula and our clouds. this. I do okay. I have a little bit of the white out there. I wonder. Let me see if one of our beat up spatter brush tab. Ooh, this could be a spatter brush right here. That brush is mighty crispy right here. This could be a good spatter brush here. Let me just there we are. Now we're going to be thinning down some of our white here. And that is, so you can see all the little spattery stars there. I might try to do some of that down here. So we're going to, again, take some of our white here. We got some thinner there. It's one of these things where you put, I might need a little bit more of the white in there. Let me see what we got here. Let's see what, oh, we got it. That was a decent little spatter right there. Let me try this again here. All right, little test spatter over there. Nope, got to go that way with it. Maybe get a little, there's a little much there. Here we are, again, some more of our spatter. And sometimes a little more concentrated in some areas than in others. Now up here, because the Humies, they tend to do stuff a little bit too much in pattern, not enough randomness. And that's what we're trying to do here is impart. Whoops, that was a little more than we needed there. That's easy enough to solve. That will not be a problem. Ooh, man, we don't have much of it there at all. I'm gonna shoot some of that in there. Shoot some of that in there. All right, a little bit more there. Oh yeah, enough of that. Enough of that. So okay, this is our big splotchy there. Well, not a problem. I'm gonna take this. Well, looky there. Yes, a tragedy averted. Not that big a deal. Of course, now I need to put some more of this out because we just exhausted all on our spatter stars. Oh yeah, here's another. This is a little larger. So yeah, we're going to be doing some more of this. We're going to get the lens flare effect on the stars too. So this is the kind of thing that we'll be doing a little bit more of now here on this. Now that we've got some of our light back out here again, try some of you. There's our floral, which I still insist is manganese blue. You know what? I'm going to get me a little bit of Prussian. There we go. Get some of the Prussian blue in there. Because, okay, now we've been doing a bunch with the darker stuff. This is not just a lighter mid-tone. It also has a little bit of energy to it because, again, between the floral blue and the Prussian blue, that's some pretty. That's got a little bit of oomph to it. A little bit of oomph there. Nice to see you there, Kisa. Welcome back. So happy Sunday there, Kisa. I hope that everything is fantastic there. Of course. Now we can do a little bit of the that lighter blue on this end of the cloud right here, our nebulae. And we also want to do those lens flare effects. And I think now you can, once they put the spatter stuff on there, then you can really start to say, okay, this is the direction we're looking to go here. Again, you don't want to be hasty. Don't be hasty. I know that the temptation is just kind of like go from 0 to 2 million in half a second, but sometimes a little bit of patience goes a long way. Don't be hasty. Also gonna get a little bit of the blue over there. Something under here. Yeah, I'll just let those a little bit softer there. Might even chuck a little bit more, something lighter in here. What about, do I want to go magenta there? No, let's try this, let's stick with this blue. I don't know if this is going to be too light or not. I don't think so. I think we're going to be okay there. So, Gisa, I hope that you're able to maybe get do some painting this weekend. I hope everybody's going to get a chance to do some painting or some playing of games, or well, both. Both is pretty good. Get over the top there. Now here, I can at least and this is I made these holders mess. I made the plinth. I made this. I made the figure. All this stuff, files that I made. Oh, and I'll try to get this holder in people's hands also. I just use a couple little shots of hot glue, one on this side, one on that side. It pops off real easy once you're done with it. Uh, we haven't really had these pop off while I'm painting them. There was just one, and I knew the hot glue didn't quite cover it quite as much as it should. Let me grab, yeah, you now. All right, it is Lenzy Flare time. Here, let's start breaking down some of this white. We want it to be a little bit thicker than what we had for the spatter portion of the star production. Lens flare time. Lens flare comes down there. Lens flare goes across there. Lens flare. Maybe it continues down a little bit to here. Also there. Another Lenzy flare right here for sure. Star gets a little bigger. Lens flare. This way. Restore the minus portion. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to just keep doing this. And sometimes some other stars will just kind of do this. Right, like here we didn't get much of a spatter there. So we can kind of backfill those places. It's just doing the whole deal from nothing with the stars like that. That's just a little bit. That just takes too long, way too long. See, like in here, gonna get me some stars. Is there? It was gonna be real difficult to get any kind of spatter stuff happening down in that area. Do this now. A little there. And of course up here. I wasn't going to be doing a whole lot of spatter stuff up here because we didn't need to spatter the skin tone stuff. Also going to sneak me in some lights on our gold filigree and trim and such too. we're doing a couple different things here. To the light we go. Oh, look at this. We have crossed over into hour number 3. Also, before we do too much, I'm going to also throw a little bit of light up here, the little highlight on our gem there. A little bit down. Okay, now we got that set. What are we doing here with this? This could also stand to be a little bit later here. Couple more. Yeah, that's just ooh, here's another lens flare. Gonna do one right over here. Down we go. A little more. And then across here, and then across that way. Of course, the cloth is going to affect. You know, some of these get a little bit distorted or something. The cloth is going to influence that. Now, the original painting was, it was really large. It was actually a circular painting, so that was. I was always interested in cutting the mats for that because obviously a square frame, and then I break out the circle mat cutter. And that circle mat cutter, you never quite knew what you were going to get out of that. You actually had these little pins that actually went down into the mat board itself, and that was kind of to anchor it so that you could cut that circle out. Thanks, Cam. I'll try to send you a picture of the original painting. I had hoped to get again the Celtic zoomorphs around the edge of it. I might still try to do that. And of course, Cam, remember I was saying that it took me longer to draw out and paint those Celtic zoomorphs than it did the painting itself. And the zoomorphs were just around the edge. Yeah, they were sort of a secondary part of the whole composition, or whatever you want to say. But they took the longest by far. Which is, it is amusing to think that. I'm going to try to, again, do a little lens flare thing. Here, yes, even though that is a shadow area of the clothes, whatever you want to say. Yeah, I'm not going to do one there. I will do, yeah, here, let's make this a lens flare star. Have you go this way. And then extend you down there. Okay, so there's got another lens flare star. Do we... Okay, we did the one... Oh, this one might be a lens... Yeah, that's going to be a lens flare star too. Let's do that one. And not too thin with the paint. Also, we need some other little teensy stars there, but let's get you going this way. There. And let me get rid of this now. Up and over. This way. Let me get a little more of that lens flare there. Start to fill in again. What's somewhere strategically placed? Stars is there. Now, of course, Ken, with the alternate thing, what I'm trying to maybe think of is an alternate version of this, where it's cut off of this, because this piece right here is part of the figure. I was thinking, what if we were to cut that off of there? That might be something I consider, because then we could put on a different type of a plinth. Whereas with this here, you're stuck with this with the round thing like this. So that's why I was considering cutting this off of here, so that there would be options for printing it, or putting on different types of bases or plinths or something. Need to get a little more of the skin tone down there. Yeah, I almost forgot to change the toes here to a regular skin tone, but we remembered just in time. So we get some more of our lighter skin tone on there. Maybe not as light as what's on, say, the face or the hands, because it's down here in a little bit of shadow-ish. Little bit of something lighter there. Also that now. Back to this, and another toe over there. Possible lens flare on this one here. Let's do that one. I'm almost thinking here. Let me change that from the violet to the yeah. Oh yeah, that just stands out way more. All right, that's fine. Here, let me get some lighter for the bottom of that. Okay. Some lighter kind of highlight thing down in those clouds there. What was the other one that we wanted to do a bit of lens flare on? Although let me we had a little something in here for some stars there. It was a little difficult to get the spatter in there. So I mean, this small areas like this, doing the individual stars, not that big a deal. Just don't want the whole thing to have to be done by hand one at a time, because it'll be way too regular of a placement. We also have basically hard edges on both sides of this. One side's got to be, so we're gonna take that one down with a little blending brush. Boom, and it. Couple seconds, no big deal. Not a problem. Come on, a little bit. There we are. And then there was one of these here that, nope. Okay, fine. Let's see how a lens flare, maybe not as big of a lens flare, will work here. I don't know if that is the right angle that we want. Nah. Well, looky here. We can just do a little bit of blending brush. Take that all the way and try that again. Yeah, that might be the better angle. Extend that a little, or take some of it away. In that case, just kind of taking more of it away. Get that blue onto that brush there. Then kind of re-engineer the bright core of Mr. Star over there. We might need some more individual little, yeah, let's get some more individual stars over here. Because remember, what the spatter does is it doesn't just give you a random pattern, as in a highly random pattern, it also will give you some big ones, some small ones. Now it's funny, Ken, I was telling Mello all about the different techniques, right, for kind of stabilizing the brush, the holding of the breath, to kind of slow down the heartbeat and such. Yeah, the last place I ever expected to have, like, out on the front lawn, Camden, was our T-34-85 with the tank crew, and also one of our 1/1800 scale ships. That's the last place I ever expected those to end up. But yeah, they were sitting there under the tree. We're having a good old time looking at those. Again, punctuated by the youngest of the workers being a little bit. He was a bit hasty, Camden, and I'm fairly certain that Miguel was more than willing to. Let's see, where's it? Here we go. Yeah, he almost got one of these, Camden. Yep, he almost got one of those. Don't be hasty. Which is funny, Camden, because the area where we were sitting when we get these really torrential rains, there's inches of water there. So I guess it was just low tide, Camden. Yeah, so this neighborhood didn't used to have tides. Didn't have low tide and high tide. Now it has low tide and high and higher tide. That used to just be laundry detergent. Now, Armored Wolf, I desperately tried to keep those to one a day. Unfortunately, they're all gone. I don't know where those came from, but those are a new favorite, Armored Wolf. Let's put it this way. I think I ate the last one yesterday or something like that, yesterday morning or whatever. I wish there was about 50 more of them. I don't remember where those came from, but oh my goodness, those. Let's put it this way: they didn't skimp on any of the goodness. The three aspects of it were really good. The cookie part itself was good. I like the chocolate chips, and then whatever was in the center of that was, oh my goodness. Actually, Armored Wolf, I froze three of the sandwiches. I got one defrosting now. So I think I've already eaten at least two of. Oh, here's the other. This is the other lens flare we got to do here. Actually, I also defrosted one of the pizza pieces. Well, two of them. So I'll be eating another one. Well, later today. So I think I managed to freeze three of those pieces, and then I froze, froze three of the sandwiches. Soon those will also be gone. Because today was another day of not getting to the store. Let me do it there. A couple more. Yeah, let's get some more of our lighter stars back in there. Oh, gee whiz, Candle, we're starting to count down to a Cinco Trace. I just looked up and went, oh, look at that. How time flies when you're doing star patterns. Because that was, they weren't messing around with those, Armored Wolf. There was no messing around with those things. Those were, like I said, if there was an entire case of those things, the only way I could be prevented from eating them all at once is if most of them just were frozen right away. And even then, I might still eat them frozen like an ice cream sandwich. I will try to do it again. Not all, the later stores everywhere. Let me maybe extend this out a little more since that's also got the lens flare. Maybe even try to extend out the lens flare a little bit more here too. Maybe I'll extend it this way. So recoil, I planted when I was doing all this stuff outside. I found that there was actually some of the scallions that looked like the little tuber type things that you could plant. So I actually put a couple of those in the back of the garden. Not so much that I'm expecting scallions anytime soon. It's more for next year. We'll see if they come back again. And there are actual. Ooh, that's right. That's what I was going to take a picture of. There's actual tomatoes on Frederick the Great, the sacred tomato plant that survived an entire year, including having Christmas lights put on it and Christmas ornaments. Yes, that now has tomatoes on it. It is definitely not a cherry tomato plant. That is confirmed now that the tomatoes are on there. It would be nice if they were yellow tomatoes. That would be fabulous. Or the yellow ones or whatever. I mean, and that's not like we won't eat the red ones, but it would be super fun. Love me those yellow tomatoes. Also, love me some more of those stars over here. We can maybe start to do things down here. Been not really messing around with this too much because sticking my hand on this all the time. Gonna need to do some kind of tribute there, recoil. We might have to have some kind of a painting of the sacred tomato plant that survived an entire winter. That survived many, many challenges. Also survived tornadoes. It survived multiple heat waves. Arianrhod, if you want to post your Pinterest link there, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, please again give Arianrhod Wife a follow. I think it's been jewelry streams, right, Arianrhod? I don't believe it's been a Gundam. So yeah, we wiped away all of the magenta stuff that was there. I did some painting, and there it is. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arianrhod Wife shared. Yeah, sorry that I didn't get a chance to peruse and see what folks were doing before I started the stream. It was kind of just like hustle and hustle to get those prints going, then hustle to get this going, and then boom. Making the lens flare a little bit bigger there. Oh, the nativity scene. That's right, Arianrhod. Sorry. Yeah, it's the brain is definitely pulled in a few different directions. Sorry about that, Arianrhod. Let me pull this over this way. It's funny. I kept thinking that it was a 3D printed one because Surface Tension and I were working on those nativity scenes. I think it was the same figures actually. And try to light you again. Wow, that's so much easier again with the alkyds here. That does mean everything else is kind of set there. So much easier to do stuff with that. Now, let's go the other direction here. We do have the Indian yellow out there. I didn't have, what was the one we didn't have the Indian yellow for? Oh, it was the Galahad one. So yeah, I intentionally didn't have the Indian yellow out there for the Galahad one because I just, well, it's one of those things where I was like, okay, what if we don't have mango yellow there? Nice to see you there, social alien. Well, that's fantastic there, Arid. Where is, you know what, I'm going to throw that out there too. So now we got ourselves that sort of amber color that we like so much. Well, there's a whole bunch of paint on there though. Still working. Now over here, well, we're gonna get another some of our cyan gemmy stones out there. Let's do that here. Let me get all this here yellow out of there. Prussian. Let's bring out the Prussians here. There's some cyan. Where are we at? Cyan there. Cyan there. Cyan there. Also, there. Lighter cyan now. Thin that down a little bit. Either that or we give that stuff some time to set. Might just do that. Again, timing is everything. Playing there. The cyan. Relatively light. Where's a... this is what we're looking for here. And now we sort of cut into this a little bit more and make these wispy dust cloud things a little bit finer. Now up here, that's a dicier prospect right there. Because with all the undulations and everything, it may not, might just translate as some kind of weird brushstroke thing or something like that. Wouldn't really project as, oh yeah, there's a dust cloud there. Like a finer one, like we're seeing over here. Oh yeah, here. On the plinths portion. Now we're talking here. This is, again, not all that different than what we do with the marble. That's almost like the veins in a marble plinth or base. That might need a little bit of toning down. Yeah, that's what it needed. Not gonna do another. I was like, oh, yeah, to do a lens flare there. Not a lens flare. Also, don't need that either. Well, look at that. Easy to get rid of. It's like, whoops, that don't go there. And any brush can be a blending brush. It just you want it to be a softer brush. That's kind of the main trait or whatever of a blending brush is. You want it to be kind of a softer brush. It can be beat up. That's for sure. I wonder if I can maybe get a couple more highlight type things. So let me do that. Hopefully this has had a chance to set a little too. Maybe not too much thinner with this. But again, breaking it down here. this spot. All this stuff over here. Come on. Yep, some white there. Now in the hair. Maybe some of the lightest highlights on this here that you could say there's trace amounts of blue in there, only because there's a bunch of blue on the brush, and it didn't really. I don't really clean out the brush when we were doing our oil paint stuff. Even back at school, you had a paint rag. That was mostly what you cleaned stuff with. You just kind of wiped the paint off of it a little bit. That was the extent of cleaning your brush while you were painting. It's a little different at the end because while you're going to be putting the brush away or something like that, it'll just dry out on there. Let me try this lighter stuff again. Up there. Oh, yeah, we gotta get that all the way around here. Gee whiz. No wonder that wasn't looking terribly, that was not looking very contrasty. So, now that we have a whole bunch more. So this is our third round of film noir on this. Let's zoom out. We'll zoom out. Oh, I already zoomed out. Okay. We'll do a couple little ones here going on the front side. So again, that now that there's the stars and the lens flares, okay, there's a little more stuff, but it still kind of looks like a bunch of paint spattered on something that doesn't really have a whole lot of interest color-wise, or that's at like about 10-15%. Now we're in the 20s and the 30s, getting close to our 50%. There we go. There's our 50. Right here, we'll try this again. It doesn't look like a whole bunch, and then you get this, and now you can really see the magenta, the violets, all the different stuff. And of course, contrast is more than just light versus dark. That's constantly seeing that with our source lighting. Sometimes, well, in skin tones, actually, Rems, I did a lot of film noir, and that recent Galahad. Again, that's the episode that I just posted Saturday to the Patreon page, and that's I think between the two of them, I must have done 7 or 8 film noirs. Part of it was the object source lighting, but the other part was the skin tone, because again, that had lots of greens in it, and some greens had like a lemon yellow mixed to them. So yeah, remember that's the latest one. And I thought the best way to illustrate that would be through film noir, because film noir has value, as we like to say. Let me do this. More of our lighter stars in there. Now up here, I want to try. Oh, I got this. We might also have to reflect some of the magenta, some of the blue, whatever in this gold there. See, you know what? See, we got some of that on this side. That, and like, why does it look so different on the front? That's because we already did get some of that mid-range stuff and the gold on the other side. More of this again. It's got a little bit of oranginess to it, which hopefully it'll stand out from the magenta and the blues and all that good stuff. And again, Remza, I have the well, we painted the bust of this on stream. I think that was one of those things where the internet was being or Twitch was being twitchy or whatever, and it kind of cut off part of it. So that's why I'm going to reprint that, and I have to paint it again anyway because we're missing that as part of our Celtic Goddess Series now because that was purchased at Gen Con. And as I mentioned before, eventually all of these files they'll be made available on a My Mini Factory. There's a whole bunch of stuff that has to be done with a My Mini Factory before you can launch something like that. You gotta have all of the clay renders, because neat as it is to have the pictures of the painted ones, you pretty much, I don't know if it's like you absolutely have to, like you can't have a My Mini Factory without them, but you pretty much need those, and it takes a long time to make all of those. You know what, I'm going to say there's a little bit of the skin tone there, which pretty much just becomes almost like a violet there. Ah, good, there is my light. It's going to go, come on the edge of that. Reason we can get away with that there, right, is there's wet paint there, so immediately as soon as we do this, we can start mixing it in with what's already there. And we've had our Cinco trace, 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Again, that doesn't mean anything. It's hilarious to point out when we have those. Let me get a little bit more of this now. No, that's too much. Too much. I'm going to make this a little brighter. Then we'll get some of the magenta in there, and then we're going to start to fade this out a little bit. I was like, wait a minute. I looked up and like, there's no way. I thought I was just seeing it wrong. Like, how could we already have had our Cinco trace there? But apparently we did. I guess so. More of our... There we go. Okay, so I think... Yeah, that pretty much works there. Get this darker side. There's a little too much of a cut in here for the lips there, and now let's redo this along the bottom here, like that. Yeah. Just take you to a bit more. Not too much down there. And that can mix it a little bit of a lighter magenta here now. Work that into here a little. And it's almost a bit like what we do for our marble to create those marble veins. So 3 hours, 36 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. All of this has been in the last 3.5 hours. But that's how we roll here. That's how we roll. I'm going to leave that darker, actually, because, again, we want it to seem like this is all flowing all the way up through there. A little more wispy stuff here. We'll be doing some more of this now that we're in this stage of it. You can start to do a little bit more, add those in, little wispy things here and there. What I also now want to add in is some extra light stuff over here. We don't really have that there. Well, light on the top are the gemstones there. Oh, geez, I forgot to ask if I think you're going to be streaming again, right? Because you're going to be streaming the the rest of the month. Ooh, speaking of which, yeah, share that. Good grief! I was like, I do words, Camden. I don't remember what words I'm going to use, but I do eventually use words. Now, yeah, if you want to share the painting again, because there was some high traffic going on the last time, literally high traffic going on the last time you tried sharing that. There you go. Everybody, check out that Instagram link. Check out the Instagram link that Camden just shared. I'm still gonna have to wash my hand off again after this. Remember, I did that. That's what I did when I took off for just a little bit. I was checking on that print, the prints. There's two plates going. I'm gonna try to get a third one started super quick here after the stream. I do believe that, well, for sure Monday not going to be able to do any printing. Not so sure about Tuesday either, but definitely Monday probably not going to be able to print too much. And not, again, normally I would stream on Mondays, but right now that's kind of conditional. That will be conditional. Again, I would like to, but it depends on does the weather cooperate. Because again, part of it is, well, now I got to see, okay, what is this new setup going to be like when we do have the rains there? What's going to happen? You know what? I'm going to say there is a lighter star over here, not so much with the magenta stuff, but something a little lighter right there. Can I fish in a few more down here? I believe I can. Possibly even some lighter stuff on the hair. Yeah. Now the very different from the last one we did, Rhiannon, where the color variations, right, were super subtle, kind of dingy greens, and you see on the face there, you can see there's some green and even some indigo in the face. We don't have any of that here because the kind of the secondary colors are these much more high chroma magentas and blues and such. So it's a very different, again, look from what we just did probably about a week ago. Era, that's unfortunately that is not my choice. That was not voluntary. So I went to go to sleep, Eric, and everybody involved knew, don't bother me after 10 a.m. because I will be sleeping. Oh no! And of course, I even waited till about 11 or something like that. And I went to go to sleep, and at 11:35, that's when people were banging on the door. So again, that is not voluntary. That is not voluntary. That's just unfortunately everybody involved, like I said, uh, everybody knew don't do this, and yet they chose to do that anyway. Well, first they sent text messages, which I didn't answer because, well, I was trying to sleep. And they just figured, okay, well, we'll just bang on the door. And when you are just about to fall asleep and someone is banging on your door, that's quite the surprise, right, Aaron? Needless to say, there was no point in trying to sleep after that because, well, work had to be done and also streaming had to be done. Also, too, the blood pressure is somewhat raised by that type of an event. And I tried to use the example, right, Irid? Well, let's see. What I'm going to do at about 3 in the morning is I'm going to go over to your house, and I'm also going to bang on your door, just to illustrate things, right, Irid? A sufficient illustration. Now, this might illustrate right here. This is straight up floral color right in here. There's nothing else in here. This is just a floral magenta. Bam, look at that. Look at that. The reason that's working like that, again, this is a hyper translucent color, but this other stuff over here, it's had a chance to set. Is it dry? No. This is the same kind of stuff. We do this with our flamey parts here too. Now, see, we kind of already got some of that out here. We don't need to do as much down here. Well, the displeasure was made very much apparent. Well, let's put it this way, Irid. English is not their first language, but there was certain English words that they understood more readily than others. I do words, right, Camda? Uh, we don't always say, some words are less publicly shared than others, but these were publicly shared. That's for sure. Uh, Even Alberto, he's like, yeah. He saw that look on my face. Like you have about 30 seconds. I'll give you a 30-second head start. Whoever was in a 100-yard radius of me is going to they're going to get a super atomic wedgie. And the super atomic wedgie is I don't just pull your underwear up over your head, it's going to end up over the head of the next two people. That is the super ultra atomic wedgie right there. That's what they were going to get. Now here we are trying to wedge in a little bit of this magenta, and then we're going to do the same with our, I'm going to actually get me some more of the floral blue out here. There we go. And the funny thing is, Arid, that the way that sidewalk was done, Alberto may have given himself his own. He may have self-administered a super atomic wedgie. So we're gonna get some more of this out here. Let's put you over here. So again, this is the Marion Street stuff. So this is not the cheapest stuff ever. Here's an alternative though. An alternative for you is this, the apricot. And there's a set of 12 of these. Again, they're also alkyds. These take a long time to dry. You can get a whole set of 12 of these for like 1.5 of these. So that's just, again, these are 50 ml tubes, right? So they're 55. Not that much a difference in size. I'm just going to splash that over here. Get out there. Now, of course, too, you noticed, I hope you noticed, there was almost no thinner in that. Here, let me get all the, speaking of thinner, we'll make sure there's none of that stuff, none of that nasty thinner in there, because we are about to engage in some dry brush activity. So here again, we got see a little microfilbert set up there? Man, ooh, look at that. That is the intensity of this is crazy town. That is crazy town right there. But that only happens with straight up 100% genuine fluorescent oil paints, which if you don't have options to either of those, you can take pigment powders, linseed oil, and guess what? You make your own. This is also on the Patreon page. Well, several times that's on the Patreon page. You can do the same for making metallic oils, and we just did that. Oh, is the Morgan Le Fay? Morgan Le Fay on the Serpent Throne. We did a whole series there. So yeah, Arid, there was the other case of the other neighbor that didn't listen to me when we were trying to cut down some loose tree branches from the latest storm there. And he ended up, he whacked his head hard enough on the concrete, he probably shattered the concrete. Actually, we could have used his head to break up the sidewalk. Would have saved a lot on electricity on that jackhammer if we just used his head. So should have just had him bash his head on that concrete several times. Ooh, look at that. Look at the intensity of that cyan right there. Ooh, look at that. Wow. And see, it's also going over some of the later stars there. Yeah, this is something I was kind of hoping would happen.
Spark my guns.
Let's welcome our newest little hobbit, shiny tabletop adventures. Again, I got a shiny. Yeah, you got a shiny sword and a shiny stick. He's like, well, you don't have a stick. He's like, well, I know somebody that does. Like, well, I know people that have sticks too. I know this little guy. He's a hobbit. He's got this ring. I better go check him out. We're still waiting on a Gandalf 6 for let's see if Shiny's Tabletop Adventures. Oh, I thought it was. It was a 6, and then it'll roll over to half a 6, but still half a 6 is better than 1. I just did it again. So thank you so much, Shinies. Appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for the follow. Ooh, now here's another. This is a good spot right in here. So again, you can see let's flatten it out even more. These are just those little one happy choice brushes, right? You see how we can flatten that out into a tiny version here. Let me show you. There's a full-size filbert. And there's our micro filbert. So there's a regular filbert brush. We have fashioned a special tool, the micro filbert, which will now see that extra little bit of intensity right there. There is no thinner in this. There is 0. Remember, with the oil paints and on that Galahad video that I've been talking about, there are several cases where I'm just taking, again, paint right out of the tube. There's so little paint, we just put it on the brush. By the time you do your second or third, dry brush like this, well, guess what? Now you're wet blending. It is, as we like to call it, the driest glaze ever. The driest wet blend ever. See, we're doing it there. See that it's got that magenta, that cyan down in there? We were doing the magenta stuff elsewhere. Now it's all about the cyan that we're chucking in here. As we get close to 4 hours, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put me a little of that there. That's supposed to be a reflective surface. Why is it not reflecting the stuff around it? Because I wonder, is it? I think it's one of the top ones right here. Yes, indeed. The Book of Wapple says metals always reflect their surroundings. There you go. There's Pointy Lady. That is one of my favorite memes ever. Recoil. Yes, indeed. That is the greatest thing ever for me, anyways, because it led to all new Book of Wapple stickers. Now, where's my... Okay, we need this. Get that lighter stuff out of there. Now we're going to take... I was going to use Prussian blue and indigo. Instead, we're using ultramarine and indigo. We got a dark thing going on here. We're going to Can you see? Oh, let's I think I gotta zoom here. I do. I do. Also, now that I've changed that, I gotta change this. Yeah, well, we almost had it. There we go. Ah, bingo. That is what we needed in here. Because we had a whole bunch of midtones, we had some lights. What we did not have was a nice juicy dark in there. Might might do a little bit of that. Yeah. So again, I'm gonna be making another version of this where it is cut off of this particular thing here, which again might provide an opportunity to put this on a different type of a plinth or base or whatever. Right now, you kind of have to stay with the circular thing. Couple little clarifying brush strokes of dark in there. Also over here. Now, yeah, a little bit extra there. Corners of the mouth. That will be adventurous, but we're gonna go on this little adventure over here. Because those need to be extended a little further. Now we can get back to some lighter stuff here. Terra Rosa. We mix you with this. We do that. A little later. Not. We don't want to go too much with the Naples yellow there either. Ah, now we're talking. Also, bring you over to the side here a little bit later there too. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Where is the... Oh, here it is. This is what I was going to do on Thursday until we were so rudely interrupted. So this is the bas relief version of our Arianrhod here, which is even closer to the painting because, well, it's in a circular form. Remember, I was saying the painting was actually originally in circular form. So I still am hoping this Thursday to paint that. It's essentially painting in oils, something that Kathy had originally sketched out years ago. Now, Ira, did you see that when I was showing those things? The Kathy's sketchbook stuff there, and how I've already. That's what I want to be printing tonight. Is I'm going to try and print that miniature overnight. Well, and I also got the bust too. So that figure and the bust. We'll try to do test prints overnight and see just are they kind of not just are they viable, but do they capture the personality of the drawing? Because that's the key thing. Now let me see if I can find this here, because we'll see which maybe in this message here. I think we do have it here. Yes. So this is so I remember when she was drawing this, and I knew what she had planned for it. Obviously, she never finished the drawing, and I knew it was going to be in colored pencils, and I knew this was the colors that she was looking at doing, and it is now part of our Compass Rose universe. It is now Illyrian Prime. They're an offshoot. Well, they're kind of part of they and the Ballisteri. they're kind of they're like root species. They both share the same root, and this was kind of what she had in mind for the inhabitants of said world. And this is what I might. Let me see if I can. No, it doesn't want to do it there. So this is the painting that I might try on Thursday. So again, that's it's kind of a derivative of the world that she had in mind. Oh, and also the figure. Let me see if I can find that for you here. I think we're. Oh, are we going the right direction? I think so. Yes, here it is. So this was her D&D character. Ironically enough, she hated playing monks. She wasn't liking the whole stick thing. That was not like Gandalf with his shiny stick. She did not like the sticks. That wasn't her favorite character ever. But we're going to make this into again a figure right here. So I'll be printing out a test version of that, and then also this because people like the expression so much on the original drawing. We tried to make sure that we could get that in bust form as well. So that is what I'm going to be trying to print in the overnight hours tonight. That'll be like literally the first thing that I work on after the stream. Oh, thanks, Rims. I ended up making a kind of a special little plinth for it too. So yeah, initially I was thinking, oh, do I save those for Kathy's birthday? Although I can always print up like a larger version or something, and we do that on Kathy's birthday stream. Again, that's not that far away. That's coming up in late October. Not that all that far away. Which is why you're working on nativity scenes, right, Aaron? Is guess what? It's gonna be that time before you know it. Now this is not super light on the skin tone here. It's reasonably light. Let me okay, a little bit lighter. Come on. Okay, let's get some thinner in that. Break that down. That was way too clumpy. There we go. It's well, I was I don't know if it was actual. I don't think it was October 12th. It was maybe the week before. It was a La Femme Nikita convention in Toronto. I think it was the weekend before, so like the 5th, 6th, 7th, or whatever. I'm pretty sure it was not on that same weekend. But yes, indeed, we were up there right before Canadian Thanksgiving, I think. A little. There we go. So wish me luck there printing those out. Well, again, we'll see if there's adjustments that need to be made in the sculpt or whatever. If maybe something needs to be a little bit thicker in order to print better. Let me change that back again here. Okay, there we go. And see if we get a little bit more of the kind of the orangey flavor and the, well, gold or whatever. See that starts to stand out more from all the magenta and the cyan around it. It's not just a value thing, it's also a color thing. Did we? Oh, that I think we got. Oh, that's right. There was a raid just as I was about to try and get the little tiny lighter dots in the eyes. That's right. Never got a chance to do that. Let's see what this is gonna do. In here, Got to do the hold the breath thing. Yeah, they got that one. That worked out well. What about the other one? Got it. All right, there they are. I was like looking at those. What is weird? Oh, that's right. We're missing that little light dot on the eyes. We got the lighter stuff going on the chin. We need a little bit of light there. That was a little bit, not a lot of it. I'm going to use this to do that little bit of blending here. Ah, that's better. Yeah, Camda, sleep streaming is nowhere near as effective as you think it might be, right? I'm pretty sure we're on a nice little consecutive streams where sleep has happened on stream. Probably the last 5 or 6 streams or so, there's been a micro nap. Let me get this up here. Again, the only distressing part of that is like, so nobody notices. Wow. I wish there was a whole bunch of other things I could just do in my sleep also. Whoops, let me get this. Ah, there, that's better. A little more there. Alright, and now some blue. Yeah, Canada, the good old sleep streams there. Yes, indeed. They can always be identified by that rather distinctive stripe right across the miniature that goes whoosh like that. It's like, well, okay, that's a bold strategy right there. Have a good night there, Arianrhod. Why don't you put one more time, Arianrhod? One more time. Post a Pinterest link. And again, yeah, you'll be. Well, you're not doing a Thursday cooking stream or anything, right, Arianrhod? You'll be doing your usual Friday, Saturday, 7 Pacific. 7 Pacific. Everybody give Arianrhod Camwave a follow. Actually, Arianrhod, I'll send you some of the pictures, like of the different priestesses that I'm going to make of that world there, so you can get a little bit of a sneak preview there. Everybody, check out that Pinterest link that Arianrhod Camwave just shared. I need to make you a lighter blue. Is this here going to work? It sort of did. But now I gotta get the lighter yellow. Alright, okay, fine. We'll make a lighter yellow, whatever. Alright. Bingo. There. Also that. Some over there. Alright, now we kind of zonked the light we had. There it is. And also, too, I'm thinking maybe a little, almost like a horizon line here. Yeah, we'll do that. And yeah, a little over 4 hours ago, there was no skin tone, there was no spacey-scape, there was none of this. I'm gonna zoom back out again so we can see more of said spacey-scapes. Lighter on this edge. Okay, fine. Put a little bit up there. Now reflections. Magenta. Gotta be opaque. A little bit of this here white to make it more opaque. Because the quinacridone magenta, guess what? Not one of those opaque colors, that's for sure. Also, it does. That's one that has a little bit of shininess to it. The alizarin crimson, all of those kind of in that same family of colors. Is they have a tendency to be on the shinier side. So again, have a good night there, Erin. Appreciate you being here. Does hmm, maybe we do this? We will take. I'm just gonna go with the indigo here. I think I will do that over there, and then I'm gonna do some of that up there. Yeah. More the violet here. Let me scare up some of this violet. Can't. That's sort of what's almost like a bit of a horizon line there. Oh, it is 3:58 a.m. I'm glad to hear you say that, recoil, because it was quite literally a roll of the dice, recoil. It was not a whole lot different than rolling a Gandalf 6, and this only happened on pretty much either a 5 or 6. So yeah, it was doing this was a 5 or 6. Any other result would have just been we just make it black like everything else. So yeah, it is now about 4 o'clock in the morning, and well, we still have to eat suppers yet. That's kind of how I try to indicate, what these hours are like to people in the neighborhood, or again fixing to be banging on that door at say 10, 11, noon, something like that. I say just keep in mind I eat dinner at around 5 in the morning. So you guys, if you're eating dinner, let's say the average person is eating it at 6. Well, guess what they're not doing 7 or 8 hours later? They are not just stomping around away. Again, that's the usual folks, right? Recoil, not us. Yes, we cyborgs, we gotta eat supper at different times. So Rico, yeah, I think, geez, maybe a long, long time ago in a galaxy that's not here, I sent you the original painting. But I'll send you I'll scare up the original painting. It's also on the blog too. At least I think it is. Yeah, I think it's on the blog as well. All right, where's that blending brush? I chucked a little bit of the ultramarine in here. Now I'll take this here, and we are going to spread this around. So yeah, there we go. Now there was that one a little bit maybe more magenta than this one, right? Recoil, the original, and also too the hairstyle was a little bit different on that one. I was desperately trying to make sure each of the goddesses had a different hairstyle in some way, shame, shape or form. I guess there's shame. I don't know. Now, let's go back to the indigo here. That was getting a little too ultramarine-ish. Yeah, okay. There's a little bit of a little cleanup on that edge over there. Yeah, Erda Michael. Now, of course. Well, let's see. It's obviously going to change pretty soon once we get into September, but right now it can. Well, I think even now at 4:45, there is getting to be some light out there. I think I got rather horrified Was it last? Well, I say last night, but I look out the window, it's looking really bright outside the window, and I'm thinking there's a truck out there with a spotlight or something, like something is going on in the street. Oh no, that was just the start of sunrise. Yeah, I'm thinking there's something weird going on out in the street. Nope, that's just sunrise. All right, this needs to be. Speaking of magenta, I'm gonna get a little more up there. See, the other side's okay. This side, I'm gonna make it lighter here. That's better. All right, now let these two mix together. Pull you that way. Pull you that way. And by default, yeah, let me zoom in here. By default, I end up with the little eyebrowsy thing here. Yep. Didn't have to paint that in. It's easier to paint the lighter stuff on this side, the lighter stuff on that side, and then leave the middle. Leave the juicy center right there for the wee teensy little eyebrow. Let me see if I can't chuck a little light on there, and because this one's pretty light already. Okay, there we go. That's what we need. Just had to make a little adjustment there. That's all. Now I'll zoom back out because we're gonna be working some of these other broader areas. So now we are at 4 hours 13 minutes on our Arianrhod Celtic Goddess of the Heavens. More stars here. Arda Michael, if you want to share some links there, and I think you shared yours about 4 hours ago. So yeah, Arda Michael, why don't you share some linkies there? Actually, Rico, if you want to share any Kenny's links there or something like that, please go ahead and do that. Sorry if I forgot to ask. I think I remembered to ask when Kenny was here. Yeah, I think I did. Chuck a couple more lights in there. Bam. Ooh, you know what? I might. Well, that's gonna be too big. That is a better size. Again, we don't want that to just be a core. We want a couple little stars in there. So everybody, check out Next Level Painting Patreon there. Yeah, there's Next Level Painting. Go check that out. Bingo. Yeah, geez, I keep forgetting to do that. Sometimes recoil, I'll be just like, what was it? What should I be saying? Oh yeah, it's that. Literally, that's the phrase that I'm trying to conjure up in the tiny brain there. You know what? Here, let's. No, wow, look at that. Talk about. I got the paint, being set versus dry. It was still a little bit adventurous actually getting that paint on there. You know, I want to carry you a little further to make sure we sort of convey the notion of a fold there. Make again some really small stars, maybe a couple over here. We don't want every last micrometer of this thing to be hit with all the little teensy stars. We need some areas where maybe there's a dust cloud or something like that. Trying to get a little right on the top of you, and we gotta do the same here. Yeah, let's cut some of that away. We'll use look at this, we got magenta over here. So can everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Oh, the terrain project. Speaking of 1-to-1 scale terrain, Wasn't sure of that terrain. Obviously, that's still, I think that's still an ongoing adventure, right? Camden, what's crazy, this was printed out before Adepticon. Yeah, I just did this kind of would get pushed aside. Also, this was at Adepticon too. Yeah, both of these were at Adepticon of all things, but just never was able to quite get to them. So I'm glad that this one stands up to muster there, or mustard. Well, no, you don't want it to stand up to mustard because you can never defeat mustard, right? It is an invincible, terrible condiment that cannot be defeated. So you don't want to stand up to mustard. That's a bad idea. Let me try and get a little bit more of this magenta on the gold. Maybe a little. No. Let's get a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. I need to somehow reinforce a little dark in between the fingers. To see here, we're pretty good already. That's a, that's for sure. Gotta beware of that mustard again. It is the most lethal condiment known to humankind. I mean, that fact has been proven multiple times, right, Recoil? So it's a little bit of the almost like an orangey brown right there. No, that's not gonna be. That might just do it, and not that far removed from our skin tone colors. Okay, that's not just a light versus dark thing. That was a color thing. It was very much a color thing that we did. Now I shall take some of you. Where's that brown? Come on. Trying to balance the old. I guess we'll do it this way. A dark there, and then right. We got these separators. We need 3 separate pieces. Looks like we now have 3 separate pieces. A little dark there. Oh, gee whiz. Let's get this. No, too much paint on there. Wow, good thing I took that off of there. That would have been way more than we needed. That's for sure. Whoa, actually, so Armored Wolf, the donuts that you gave me, I ended up I was liking those, but I handed those out as snacks. And the concrete, he really liked the lemonade monster there, Armored Wolf. That was his favorite. Also, what would you say, the junior foreman, he also liked the lemon one. Now, I think the youngest guy, he liked the Viking berry. That was his fave. Let me do some more of that right here. And now over here we got there's a lack of stuff in there. Let's do some stuff. Indian yellow stuff with some white stuff to make lighter stuff that also has a little bit of color to it. Like this. Alright, and maybe even something lighter here. Yeah. Bingo. Also over here. Not now. It can't all be late. We don't want to. We did all that darker stuff for a reason. Let me taking that away. Now this needs some. Come on. That edge. See, we're kind of good on that edge over there, so we don't need to mess with that. We're gonna see what we can do right here. Let me carry this further down. Perhaps even a couple of more lights. On this necklace here. That's it. Because we had gone back in there with the mid-tone stuff. We never got a chance to come back with our lights here. We got to do this kind of the setting there around the little gemstone. And I'm gonna go back. Whoops, not the Tira Rosa. I want this here. It's time for a little bit of rosé and a couple of spots, maybe here on the yeah, oh yeah, on the cheek there. Just looking to smooth out some stuff there, and we don't need it quite as much over on this side. We're pretty good to go on that side there. That is just, oh, you know what? Let me just grab a little bit of the violet. Well, there was a little spatter star that actually worked its way all the way up there. I thought, you know, I was going to put this violet stuff there anyway. It's like, well, okay, we can get rid of that wayward star. Feel bad for the folks living around that star, but, you know, again, sometimes you got to break a few eggs in this universe, right, Recoil? Sometimes it just happens. We need some folds there. Blending brush here. Goes over the top like that. Because we got, you know what, I'm gonna do that on this other side here. Let's do that. Let's do that over here. So we got the lighter magenta. Yeah, oh, I got this over here. Ooh, okay, that might make it too light of a magenta. Let's see what we got here. That's pretty light, but again, it's we can't let that blend into. There we go. I actually came to, for the neighbor, I've been working on some Halloween songs that'll be broadcast. Taking out the Bluetooth player there. Well, actually, we won't be using the Bluetooth. It's going to go on it's going to go on an SD card, so it'll just kind of repeat over and over. That way I don't have to worry about any internet stuff. That's a nice little star system, nice little planetary system you got there, right, Recoil? Be a shame if that star was to expand all the way out to the orbit of your planet. It might get toasty. Might get a little dry. Actually, well, there we go. Yes, Recoil, that would solve this whole sidewalk issue and everything else pretty definitively. If the sun was in the orbit of the Earth, wouldn't have to be worrying about too much rain. So I guess that's a project for next week. Let me get a little bit more of this magenta in here. There we are. Again, just doing the dry brush thing there. That also a little bit rough. What else? I like that little touch of magenta right there. Working a little bit up there too. All right, there we go. Now I can see it. Surround our little stone over there with some more of the image. There we go. You can really see the intensity of that. This one might be interesting printed out in FDM too, because there's not really, and there's not tons of undercuts necessarily. So this could be a candidate for being printed up larger, so that we can go really bonkers with all the little starry things here, or cratery bits, right? Right, Candy has cratery bits and starry and leafy bits and cratery thing. That's it. Yes, and this channel's all about science right here. All right, they're getting a little bit of the magenta down in that area too. I wonder. Let me try. We'll do a similar thing here. We got this there. I'm gonna get me a little bit of the ultramarine in there too. Let me do a couple of dry brush adventures here, especially out here where I've kind of been engaged in wiping the paint off, as evidenced by my finger there. Just got to remember to wash my hands again. Now, of course, again, if you're worried about transferring the paint on other stuff, you could just wear yourself a glove there. You take off the glove before you handle other stuff, and you're all good to go. Again, the plinth, and this is printed of the same stuff as this. Figure is resin. Plinth on a plinth there is FDM, and then the holder, again, made that too. I've got a couple of different versions of said holder. So there's this one. I have a third one that's kind of like almost this size. Doesn't have this little flat piece on there, and you can basically, there's this hollow on the inside. I put basically nuts and bolts and washers in there. Well, mostly nuts and bolts of the whatchamacallit, the non-Phillips screwdriver variety. Little again of the ultramarine style blue here. Ooh, that's gonna interrupt the magenta here. So come on, take out those little bit. There we are. So in the midst of all that magenta, what do you got? You got this little blue area that comes through. More interesting. I was talking about that on the Galahad. I think maybe both episodes of the Galahad series. Again, that is the. Sorry, I don't have that here to show you. I'll try to have it on the next stream. Which again, Monday would be the plan. We know what plans are like here, right? Recoil. The plan is just like look out the window and see what's going on in the world. Because there might be mischief going on in the world, in which case we say, well, we'll catch you on Thursday. And again, I do think I want to hit that landscape derived from Kathy's drawing there on Thursday, because that's a new world in our Compass Rose universe. Now, it is a point of contention between the Seri Republic and the Ballisteri. Again, the Seri Republic, they have a tendency to do slightly involuntary nation building. And once the Ballisteri learn that, well, that species shares the same roots with them, they're like, we're not so sanguine about this. That's for sure, Recoil. Yeah, they're winning a flag, Recoil, but it's just going to be all one color. It's just going to be a white flag. That is it. Actually, believe it or not, recoil, you could almost say that the roos have shown a lot more fight in them because, there was no expectations for them. Now, again, there was injuries for the Bulldogs, but it just doesn't really. I know that guys coming back from injury doesn't necessarily mean that they're right as rain, and also too, the team movement, team chemistry can also be a bit wonky after that. You know what? Ooh, wow, that's almost just primer there. Well, in that case, how's about we chuck ourselves a little bit of cyan in there? That's a perfect thing. Yes, what do we need to shade uh, violet? Cyan. There you go. It's the it's the Wappletville color wheel. What do we shade green with? Orange. Yeah. That would make a hilarious illustration. The Wappletville color wheel. It would sort of be like, I guess, if Cthulhu did a color wheel. Yeah. It's the only color wheel that can drive humans to madness in 5 minutes or less. I'm going to take this same, almost again, this kind of periwinkle type color over here. Alright, because we got a whole bunch of nothing right there. Let's get ourselves some something here. You know what? I might even, wow, we haven't even used our radiant violet over there. Fine. I'll bring in some here. Light works differently here, right, Camda? Light works differently. Everything works different here. Okay. It's sort of like a mirror universe, but everything has Fu Manchus. Like the food does, the trees do, everything has Fu Manchus. Real Brush Guy, if you want to share your links again, why don't you share your links again there, Real Brush Guy? I know you did like, man, maybe an hour-ish ago or something like that, but why don't you share those again? Okay, wait, there's a little mischief there, Got those taken care of. That the starship, even the suns, right, Rico, everything has Fu Manchus. Bring this down a little bit. Yep, done that. Now over here, this is a skinny tone here. Let's there we go. And now I gotta get a little something back there, and I just took a little swipe there. That's okay, brush guy. That's okay, real brush guy. It's actually I need to do. Oh god, it's gonna be the corrupted Galahad. That's ooh, you just reminded me, real brush guy. I need to make an Instagram post out of that. So thanks for the reminder. Now, see, Cam, it's not only you and Recoil and Valfera that get homework. Some people just volunteer for homework. There we are. Again, right across that shoulder there. This might also need a little something more. Fine, let's take some of our fabulous magenta there. Yep. And then, of course, you can check out the Instagrams. That's generally where things like this, when they're all dry, we paint them up. They're dry, then they end up on the Instagrams. And a lot of times, I try to time it so that it's That is also the day that it went live on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel over here. So again, this is where you can watch past sessions. Here is on this. If I can get this sticker out here, there we go. Again, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You check that out. That is where we put our old episodes. Right, Spotty? How you doing? Nice to see you there, Spotty is Shark. And everybody check out, again, the Instagram link of that Castlegate scratch built by Real Brush Guy. That's always Armored Wolf's favorite word there, Camda, is voluntold. Yeah, so some folks are voluntold. That's usually you, and Valfira. You get voluntold. You know, I'm gonna give me a little more magenta. Oh, that is just. Yep, that's what it needed there. I'm gonna do some of that over here too. Fine. Be that way. And of course, who knows? Maybe the evil version does not have the Fu Manchu because the evil version is trying to be sneaky and trick you into thinking that it's not you. So yeah, all the alternate Art of Michaels are all clean shaven just to try and add to the confusion. Now, what were we gonna do with this? I'm gonna try and get. Oh yeah. I'm gonna try and get a little bit lighter on the hands here. So Spottiest Shark. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if you were here when I was showing the sculpts that I'm going to be making from some of Kathy's drawings there. Now, Kathy had wanted to sculpt some of those things, obviously in green stuff, because well, we didn't have ZBrush, or well, I still don't have ZBrush, but Nomad Sculpt again. Nomad Sculpt is now available for the PC. And if you team that up with some kind of a pressure sensitive tablet, now again, if you get it for the iPad, you automatically have a pressure sensitive tablet. The advantage of the iPad is that you're directly sculpting. So this is literally what you're sculpting. You're sculpting right on the thing. With something like a Cintiq, obviously it's more disjointed because you're sculpting over here, but it's showing up over here. So that's the downside of the Cintiq. It's a little disembodied. But that also means you get a little bit bigger monitor, and that's the one that can be the other downside of working with the iPad. Now this sculpt wouldn't be too much of an issue, but now something like this here, this might be too many polygons for doing on an iPad. So that would be the reason you would want to have Nomad Sculpt for the PC there. Oh, that's what I got to do. I have to prep our Alchiban. I got some Alchiba figures too that I also need to print out. Well, there's a ton of there's dozens of figures I got to print out now. So sorry about the fishies there, Spotty Shark. The only reason I bring that up is because I've literally been working on some sculpts that are a species that's a water world, and well, they kind of look a little bit like fishies. There we go. Also was working on some aquatic basing bits. For somebody that kind of needs those to finish up a... Oh, geez, I got to get those to them pretty quick, too. All right. You know what? I might... let me get all this stuff out of that brush first. No problem there, Spotty. Guess what it's almost time for, Camda? I just looked up and went, oh my goodness. And no, there will not be a Cinco Cinco, but we're about to have a Cinco Cuatro. We're just like a couple of minutes away. Holy smokes. Here I'm thinking it's like 10 after 4. Oh no, it's 4:32 in the morning now. Yes, that's that's how we roll, I guess. All right, let me get this magenta over here. I should lighten you up here. Yeah, we don't want the reflection lighter than the actual color there. We want those to not be the same. It's gonna be a little bit shade darker. That's it. Yep, Spotty. I know somebody that lives in Alaska of all things, and tries to have a koi pond there. Doing the fishies in Alaska is it's a little bit of a resource hog there. It chews up some resources. So Artemichael, I think you heard me talking. One of the reasons why the Nomad sculpt was kind of interest was all of the Cyberthuria stuff. Because now I don't know, maybe whatchamacallit ZBrush has this tool now, but what Nomad has is something called, and it works for horns too. It's basically, I call it the tube tool, and you have this spline with a bunch of little waypoints in there, which you can then bend and twist. You can make it wider, thinner, and you can make a horn out of that, or you can make cables. Like say you want to do some power cables or something like that. That's the tool to use. And that's what I've been using on the Cyberthurians to kind of create more of those kind of cables there. So again, now again it's a different price. It's $35 on PC, 20 on the iPad. And also too, that's not like a monthly thing or even a yearly thing. That's an only thing. You do it once, that's it. You're done. You don't have to keep chucking more money into that. So we're just a few seconds away from 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. We call that a Cinco Quattro. Yeah, so about 20 seconds left. So here's hoping the fishies are doing good there, Spotty. Here's hoping the fishies are all good. Little fishies under the sea. You know what? I'm going to give me a little bit more to violet here. We got a few seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom. There it is. 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. Camda has officially marked it. Camda is the official Cinco keeper. Yeah, the keeper of Cincos. That's Camda. Yes, this was not supposed to be a 4 hour, 44 minute, and 44 second stream. I'll tell you that. Yes, it was. Given the fact that there's been multiple micro naps here on the stream. So we're gonna have to we'll have to make a new logo for a new boy band there, Camda. In Sync. It's just a bunch of fives. It's literally just a bunch of fives. That's it. That's In Sync, a new band. Or In Cinco. Now, thanks, Camda. I wasn't. There's times where you think, okay, this could work. I just wasn't sure with all of the stair steps here. Would it still read as a, but actually it's almost easier to read it there, which that was a pleasant surprise. The nifty thing is, Cam, that we can try this with other Spacescape colors. It doesn't necessarily have to be the violet and blues, right? We could, maybe we scare up something like our Battlestar Galactica. That would be a wild alternate version, wouldn't it, Camda? Yeah, no sense in painting this the same way again. We have to do oh, that's it. We could do it as a tutorial video there, Camda. Yes, in fact, that might be a really interesting little thing doing that. I'm just trying to think of the title of it, something along the lines of, you know, alternate color schemes for your for your figures or something like that, or you know, instead of repainting it the same color. Oh, gee whiz, we never get some of that violet down in there. There you go. That would be much more of a doomsday palette. I mean, we could do that in the Paul Rubens because, again, I was doing plenty of oranges in just the Paul Rubens. That was wild, Camda, trying to do that with the Paul Rubens instead of the Puro orange. Oh man, yeah, big difference. It's going to hit up. This is basically indigo right here. I was surprised there was a little bit of a little bit of zip to the one orange, but yeah, I mean, if it better not, right? At what Series 6, no, Series 7, that Puro Orange better be superior in every way, shape, and form, right, Camda? Otherwise, it's so exactly why are you charging Series 7 prices for something that clearly doesn't quite match that? You know what? I will try to just for yeah. Had to break that up a little tiny bit, maybe a little something there. We're kind of good there. I don't know if I want to get too jinky there with too much of that darker blue. Again, that's just pretty much straight up indigo there. Let me see. Okay, there we go. I'm going to try and squeeze in a little bit of this right there. Well, again, just where there's maybe a little bit of stuff that's a bit rougher, something like that. See if we can't get that smoothed out a bit more. Another little dose of it there, and then I think yeah. I had some there. I can tell that my hand just wiped away whatever dark was right down in that area. Same deal over here. And that's what I mean right there. Also, too, you say, oh my God, how are you going to get that off your hand? Well, take like a minute and a half with dish soap and warm water. Because remember, this is not petroleum stuff. Oil paint is not petroleum products. It's linseed oil, it's safflower oil, walnut oil. And, well, guess what? Dish soap does a real good job on that stuff. Get that right off of you. No problem at all. Yep, that's more just a little bit of blending that's happening there. Not so much putting paint on there. Just kind of taking what's there. In some cases, kind of softening some edges, softening some of the brush strokes there. Well, I guess you could say they're designed to get rid of some high octane materials, right, in normal life. So I guess that would work just fine on oil paint. Yeah, I could see that. Let me get here. Let me take that out. But now, so we're nearing. We're near. There's going to be at least a single Cinco here because we're almost 5 hours into this now. Almost at the 5 hour mark. Oh, there's a little. Yeah, we had a little gap in there. A little something in there too. Okay, leave that later so that the hair stands out from that. All right. Now, okay, we're zoomed out. Boy, oh boy, that is. And of course, see all the little bit of shiny that's here. that is going to totally dissipate because, again, with the Paul Rubens, that's all going to go away. So we will lose all that shiny, and that is really going to equalize. Now, if you feel like it's still shiny, you can hit it with the Army Painter Anti-Shine, something like that. I think I got that over here. Well, it doesn't look like this anymore. And they don't call it anti-shine. It's is pretty much, it seems like it's the same stuff. Yeah, that's for that's for those little hazmat spills, right, Camda? Yep. Those are for the hazmats. Oh, you know what? Give me a couple seconds here with this to get some really spiffy lights. Just stick you right there. So again, Monday's stream, if the weather permits that, we'll try to get into the Woden there. Otherwise, hoping for Thursday to be painting that landscape there. Again, based on Kathy's artwork, and then the monk and the bust. Either that, or it depends if I can get the figures that Illyrium species. If I can get a couple of prints of that, maybe we save the monk. Oh, I think it would be nice to save the monk for Kathy's birthday week there. Of course, it's getting to be time to start painting Lord of the Rings gummy bears again. Yeah, that's going to be on the menu pretty soon. Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Do I have the Sauron here? He was literally right around here somewhere. Oh well, I had him. Of course, I'm sure I'll run across him 2 seconds after the stream. Yeah, that's I'm thinking that that's what they used at Chernobyl too. There, Cam. Did they just used a bunch of those? Yes. Well, and you can eat the legs off of those too, right? Recoil. But yes, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears will be back on the menu. Come on. There. So just trying to, again, hit a couple extra little really light areas there. Oh, there we go. Nice little sparkle there. I mean, they just, they don't need legs, right, Camda? You can just, like, lick those things and then stick them on stuff. They don't need legs. Yeah, here. And also over. There we go. And it's like Kevlar for vapors, right, Camda? Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can't put a couple of teensy tiny. Whoop, that wasn't exactly teensy. That was kind of gigantic. I was hoping for something way smaller than that. But I do think, I see Mini Mitch is streaming right now. So I want to do the thank yous, of course. Thank you to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We had raids too, and a whole bunch of the follows. So we appreciate the follows. Yes, indeed. There we go. So good. Most likely, the Flat Thursday should be a thing, and then hopefully also too again the Friday Saturday streams as well. So thanks, Rams. Again, I hope that actually these you can kind of get live answers to some of the questions right there, Rams, on the streams here. Makes it hopefully a little bit easier. Hopefully a little bit easier there. And thanks, Canada, for being here. And thanks, Rico, of course, for being here too. Appreciate that. So looky here again, and this is again part of our series now. This was the very first figure of our Celtic Goddess series we did. Well, that's going to be really nifty seeing those so side by side together. And of course, here's the Morrigan, another one of our figures. Again, kind of a different look there. And then where's Branwen? Here we go. So we finally have the big four. That's going to make for a real interesting Instagram post. We finally have the four daughters of the sacred circle. And there they go. We all four of them now. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. We're going to get our countdown started here. I'd looked to see if Mike Moans was streaming. I did not see that he was streaming. So there you go. And thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you. And I'll see you, and hopefully on Monday, if not Thursday.